Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Broccoli Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku had makeshift weapon skill? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Do not anguish over your life of misery and pain. Forget the memories of the man who scorned your mother with a fiendish smile, and do not fault him for the distant look in her eyes. Do not blame the bastardised who treated your skin like scrapped rubber, and do not bear the scars of their making with pride. You are a stain, blood-red and stark, smeared across pristine, white silk. Do not hold grudges, but hold your breath. That what be? Izuku Midoriya is tormented by words. Blasphemous, he often prays to be haunted by demons, to be a parody of the sixth sense come to life. A boy with the ability to see ghosts. Entities of evil in its purest form would be floating by his side and curled around his shoulders, whispering these words to him temptations and torments. Izuku would be a victim in their rawest form, absolved of all blame. For all his grievings and all his misdeeds would be at the manipulation and misery of these bogies. His personal Lucifers. In other timelines, God, taking pity on the dead, would answer these prayers. In an Eden where divine beings knew of mercy, Izuku would be cursed with the gift of a third eye. These demons would wrap their tails around his arms to leave bruises, and warm Izuku with the breath of their hellfire. It did not matter that they scathed or scarred him, for the insults branded onto his skin were proof of his worth. Proof there was weight to his existence. In these parallel universes, Izuku would know no loneliness. Izuku doesn't let himself dwell too much on these alternate realities, though. The gods of his universe do not answer his prayers. They do not know benevolence, and if Izuku dares to hope, all he'll be left with is disappointment and mocking silence. At the end of the day, society is made up of bigots and bastardised ruled by their biases, and Izuku happens to exist as an outcast amongst outcasts. 20XX is a year of evolution. The world is loud, it is new. Those who cannot keep up with the new beginnings of heroism and strength are doomed to be kicked into the dirt and left behind. And Izuku Midoriya, who cannot hear or see demons, who's unfortunate to know that the thoughts plaguing him are all his, and so the weight of his worth amounts to nothing in all his sheet-stained luck, is left behind. Izuku isn't a very bright 3-year-old. He's quite feeble and small. Unlike his peers, Izuku still cannot write his name in kanji without struggling. Maths equations bore him, and Izuku finds himself hyperfixating on why 1 + 1 2. Why can't 2 + 2 5? What defines what is absolute, and why is it absolute? Some of his teachers explain to him that there's no shame in being a little slow. Izuku doesn't think he's slow, though. Rather, his thoughts are fast, too fast. Izuku is so fast that he's already crossed the finish line twice, running down the track a third time while all his peers are completing their first lap. To the eyes of others, Izuku is behind, halfway instead of near the end where his peers are, exhausted before he's completed his first lap. So, they call him slow. Izuku doesn't bother correcting them. His teachers accommodate him regardless. Izuku is sweet, untouched by vulgarity, with brilliant green eyes, and one of the prettiest and purest smiles one could dream of coming across. He's precious, a jewel to protect. No one tells Izuku that his teachers go out of their way not out of the goodness in their hearts, but the guilt. They are guilty of seeing the bruises on his calves and the occasional scar on his cheek. Izuku does not know of the turmoil they feel for every blinding smile he sends their way, for every show of gratitude and every naive bow. Still, they do not heal his bruises because getting involved will shatter the illusions of their blissful ignorance. Guilt is an easier burden to bear than responsibility. His teachers patiently help him sound out his vowels when his tongue starts to stick to his teeth, and guide his hand when his writing goes askew. Izuku isn't all that brave or strong either. Strong people are people like Kaken. Izuku struggles to pronounce Katsuki, so he delegates his best friend a nickname instead who are always heads and tails above the rest. Kaken is incredible. Izuku has always been a little too soft, too weak. Not Kaken. Kaken is fiery. He can make small explosions pop out of his hands when his palms get sweaty. Pop, pop, pop. His eyes are a vivid ruby red, showing unwavering confidence, as if he knows, undoubtedly, that the path to success and heroism is carved out for him. It isn't carved out for Izuku. So, Izuku trails behind him instead, tripping on the unsteady asphalt, crawling on his hands and knees to not lose sight of the end goal. It's all right. Izuku doesn't mind. He doesn't need to be super smart or super strong. He's cute, sweet, young and determined. He, like so many other kids his age, slower kids and smaller kids, too, is striving towards a future where he becomes a savior. A future where his smile is trademarked as a promise that everything will be okay. A smile like All Might's. Where he can be a symbol. A hero. I'm afraid there's no hope for him. He's better off giving up on those fantasies. Reality isn't so kind. Izuku's always had a tumultuous home life. Daddy is an imposing man with thin glasses, a straight nose, and false teeth. Children are expected to love their parents. Izuku loves his mama and loves her a lot. But Daddy is mean. Daddy is mean and demanding, and he shows Izuku no kindness or warmth, unlike his mama. Izuku is as familiar with his freckles as he is with the size of Daddy's handprints, as familiar with his tears as he is the sight of his blood. Children are expected to love their parents, but Daddy is too scary to love. How mean it is to expect Izuku to love the man who taught him how to hurt before his mama could teach him how to heal. Izuku is nothing if not a bright and lovely child, though. When he comes home from school, he will greet his daddy with his best smile before heading off to his room. But his daddy never smiles back at him. He screams at Izuku instead. Izuku is a canvas of bruises and scrapes, and it makes Daddy so very angry. His son is pathetic. His son is weak. Izuku cries to him, "The kids at school are mean to me, Daddy. They call me a Deku. They tell me I'm useless and use their quirks to hurt me." He cries in his sleep, "You hurt me too, Daddy. Some of these bruises are in the shape of your boot print." His daddy is only angrier when Izuku tries to explain himself. Daddy says, "It's your fault for being a mistake. It's your fault for being born." Izuku thinks, "It's my fault for being a mistake. It's my fault for being born." Nymsti. The sound of glass shattering echoes down the hallway, drawing Izuku back to the present. Izuku hugs his knees to his chest, stomach rumbling when he realizes he'll be going without dinner tonight, having to suffice with sneaking out at midnight to steal a snack from the fridge. Daddy is breaking the dishes and Mama is screaming. Mama doesn't cook whenever their fights escalate this bad. She curls in bed, instead, not moving until it's time for her shift at the hospital. Izuku shuffles further up his bed, back pressed to his headboard, staring at the worn, discolored All Might figurine clutched in his hand. Another glass shatters. Daddy's screaming is getting worse. Izuku squeezes his eyes shut and begs. He promises the gods the most precious parts of his soul in exchange for a quirk. Tonight he pleads for one that'll bring inanimate objects to life. He'll breathe life into his All Might figurine, and the hero will appear before him wearing his flawless smile. Daddy will stop shattering plates, and stop yelling, and stop raising his fists, and just stop. Mama will stop being aware, and stop crying, and stop being the worst decision Daddy's ever made. Izuku will stop being Daddy's ultimate mistake, stop being useless, and stop being worthless, and they'll be happy. Izuku forgets that Daddy was mean before Izuku was quirkless. Izuku's face scrunches up, cheeks red, as he whispers his pleadings and prayers. "Please, please, please, please. Again, again, and again. Please, please, please. PLSE.PLSE.PSE.PSE.PSE.PSE_PS_. LSE. Izuku whispers the words, again and again, until they start sounding like sacrilege. He will beg until his tongue is dry. He will do this every night. Naivete is selfless ridicule, and Izuku is still young enough to know the cruelty of the gods but believe they are benevolent. Tonight he falls silent when the house does. It's an anomaly that disrupts his routine as violently as an explosion being set off. Izuku is unsettled. He sits up and is still only met with silence. There are no sounds of sobbing or yelling or objects being thrown or fists against skin. Izuku crawls off his bed, leaving his figurine as he heads to his door. He's anxious, unfamiliar. The silence might as well be a banshee screech. There's the slightest sound of scuffling that Izuku can pick up the further down the hall he goes. Soon, Izuku will come to understand this quiet. He'll be greeted by an innocuous scene, and feel silly for feeling the hairs on the back of his neck stand. As Izuku is about to turn the corner, their door is yanked open and slammed shut, and someone collapses to their knees, letting out a loud, devastating howl. Izuku runs, short legs pumping, terrified. Unlike the eerie quiet, the scene he stumbles on is familiar. Mama is crying, sitting in a pile of broken glass, blood running down her nose and hands fisted in her lap. Except his daddy isn't there. His absence is louder than the silence. Louder than Mama's cries. Mama? Mama doesn't move. She's still bleeding. She's still wailing. Daddy isn't there. Mama? Izuku tries again, glass slicing the bottom of his feet as he tentatively walks over to her. He doesn't wince. Mama doesn't move. She's bleeding, still bleeding. Sobbing and still sobbing. Izuku wraps her arms around her in a hug, burying his nose in her shoulder. He sniffles. Mama? His voice breaks. Mama, please. Mama doesn't move. She's still bleeding, and it's staining Izuku's clothes, still blubbering, and Izuku can feel her tears wet his shirt. Daddy isn't there. And Mama can't move. Mama is falling apart, and Izuku's too small to hold her together. He's trying desperately. But Mama is bleeding, is weeping. But Daddy isn't there. He's gone. Daddy is gone. He's gone. Daddy is gone. And it's loud. It's wrong. It's distorting. He isn't. Daddy is gone. Uos ipa uos. Ret tu esed ret tias ipa. Uos ipa. Uos. Daddy is ye. Dia dui is1. Dia dui isg1. Daddy dui isg underscore dy isg underscore to underscore c dd. Dy is underscore g the v the jo. Any. Daddy is gone. Mama. Izuku cries, shaking, Mama? She finally notices him and wails louder, wrapping her arms around him and squeezing hard like if she lets go, Izuku will disappear too. He's gone, she screams, rocking Izuku. He left me. Her words etch themselves onto Izuku's ribs. Daddy left Mama. He did not leave Izuku because he was never there for him. Izuku knew his father's fist, not his love. Izuku knew his father's vitriol and knew his father's hatred. Izuku has no memories of a father who loved him, and so he has no memories of his father to mourn. He has spent 6 years chasing after a fantasy that walked out of the door. His mother knew a version of his father that could love, that did. Daddy is gone. And Mama is too. Izuku doesn't know it, yet, holding his Mama as she holds him, but Mama has left too. Daddy's put a bullet where her heart was the second he walked out the door and left her to bleed out on their wooden floors. Mama will never hug him like she loves him again. Mama will see Daddy in Izuku's stead, will see the man she loved to ruin, who ruined her. She will see the man who's left her bruised and battered, and see the man who walked out without healing her wounds. Izuku doesn't know it yet, but the day he lost his daddy, he lost his Mama, too. Oh, whoa, a child's broken heart. I'm sorry. You look just like him. I can't stand it. I'm a horrible mother. Izuku is observant and keen. It's been months since Daddy has walked out on them, and Mama's rarely home. Izuku's taken it up on himself to learn to navigate his world. He's given no aid, so he expects none. He delves into books and researches whatever it is he doesn't understand online, writes in notebooks upon notebooks about his observations and writes out the thoughts he has tangled up in his head so they're tangible. He isn't slow anymore. He can't afford to be. Izuku has to learn to survive on his own, followed by the diseased label, Quirkless. He's a slab of meat thrown into a pit of starved dogs by the people who are supposed to guide and protect him, left to bleed out and die. The path carved out for those destined for success is no longer one he can follow. There's a blockade, 1,000 bodies piled up before him, and Izuku has to choose between digging his own path with his ruined hands or sinking his nails into rotting corpses to make it over. He does not stay stagnant, refuses to die without moving forward. Hope is a dangerous thing to have nestled between his engraved ribs, too close to his soft, red heart. It is thin as a blade and sharp enough to kill him in his sleep, but it seems Izuku hasn't shed all of his naivete, gullible enough to believe he'll come out unscathed at the end of it. Worthless Deku, a kid snarls, shoulder-checking Izuku. He has scales for hair and yellow scaras. Izuku doesn't know his name. Watch where you're going. Izuku lowers his head, mumbling an apology, and steps to the side. He whimpers when the kid shoulder-checks him again, harder, stumbling, fingers wrapped around the strap of his backpack tight enough that his knuckles go white. The kids behind him snicker. And you still dare to say you want to be a hero? Izuku's sure in a sea of people he'd be able to distinguish Katsuki's voice in a heartbeat. You're pathetic. Maybe Izuku is. Maybe Katsuki's right like Daddy was, like everyone says. Maybe he's pathetic. But he's still prevailing, isn't he? Isn't that worth something? Izuku feels the air behind him warm, and ducks on instinct, familiar with the forewarning. His eardrums pop when an explosion is set off, right where his head was seconds ago. Without stalling, Izuku takes off. He isn't athletic, his body fatigued with years of neglect and abuse, but he's fast on his feet. Faster than the angry elementary school kids who are keen to hurt him to feel better about themselves. Izuku runs until his legs ache and his chest burns, and continues to run even when he feels on the verge of collapsing. He doesn't think twice before turning to an alleyway and ducking behind a dumpster, crouched and heaving, catching his breath. The boys chasing him run past him, but Izuku still doesn't move for another 30 minutes to be safe. As he's walking home, he waits for a hero to save him. No one does. What's the point of dreaming about the future when you're this useless? Do the world a favor and give up, would ya? You'd be better off dead anyway. Izuku is a child with the eyes of a veteran, a military soldier being measured for middle school clothing. His expression once full of hope, and so bright has become so dull. It's unfitting. Izuku's shoulders are too small to carry the burden of everyone's hatred, too weak to bear the brunt of the world's realities. His heart is too raw, and so full of love, to take the hurt of his home, and Izuku is too good to deserve such suffering. 6 years has not ridden him of that little shard of hope, now embedded into his flesh. Still naive, he fails to realize that it is far too late to pull it out, and how close it is to finally reaching his heart. Izuku takes care of his home. His mother still struggles to meet his eyes, and Izuku pretends they do not glaze over the scars, burns and bruises that make up his design. She struggles to do most things anymore, and so it is Izuku who keeps her on her feet. They've fallen into a routine, a noxious routine, but a routine that brings Izuku peace, nonetheless. Despite Izuku's plans, and no matter how busy he gets, every night he will set up dinner for the two of them, and they will eat in silence. Inko hasn't cooked dinner since Hisashi left, but Izuku didn't mind. She's his ma. Before her incident 2 years ago, his mother had continually picked up longer and longer shift hours. She'd lie to Izuku and say they needed it to stay above water, and Izuku would smile without complaint even when she started missing breakfast in her haste to be off. Still, she was there for dinner, even if some days she'd be off by midnight again for night shifts. Even now, with his mother having no choice but to minimize her shifts to a bare minimum of twice a week, she's there for dinner. Izuku can't bring himself to say he missed her. She doesn't hug him, doesn't kiss him on the forehead, or heal his injuries, but she shows up for dinner. You cannot miss someone who isn't gone. Izuku didn't care that she needed his coaxing to shower. Izuku didn't care that he took care of most of their bills. His mother was only adamant she deals with the rent. Izuku didn't care that he spent his time in the mornings at school and in the libraries, and he didn't care that he slaved his nights maintaining their house and cooking their meals. He didn't care that his mother seemed to walk a tight line between being alive and letting go because he would be right at her tail, pulling her his way even if he bruised her wrists in his desperation. She's still there for dinner. Ma. Izuku's voice rings out in the silent apartment. Dinner is ready. He doesn't expect a response. It will take his mother approximately 5 minutes to make her way to the kitchen. Izuku will wait, patiently, until she takes the first bite of her food. She won't smile or compliment his cooking, but she'll stay with him until their plates are clean. She'll touch his wrist when he picks up her dishes, a subtle show of gratitude, and Izuku will tell her that he's lucky to have been born her son. It sometimes makes her smile. Izuku always cries himself to sleep those nights. When 5 minutes pass and Izuku sees no sign of his mother, he calls again, "Ma?" "Nothing." "Ma, did you hear me? Dinner is ready. The rice is going to get cold." Izuku thrums his fingers against his thigh, anxious. He waits another 2 minutes. "Nothing." "Ma, I'm coming over to check on you," he relays in a steady tone despite the rapid thumping of his heart. His movements are hurried, but the world passes by him in slow motion. Her bedroom door is shut, but the lock is broken, a memento Hisashi left them that his mother refused to let Izuku fix. A reminder of his love, she said at the time, and Izuku could not bring himself to correct her. He knocks twice and lets himself in. "Ma." The room is bathed in shadows, and when Izuku flicks on the lights, the bed is empty. The covers are distressed like they've been thrashed in, but when his fingers skim the pillow, it's cold. "Ma, where did you?" Izuku trails off when he sees the faint light seeping through the crack of the bathroom door. Ear pressed to the wood, he can hear the water running, and sighs in relief. His mother is okay. She's taking a shower. As a matter of fact, she's probably better than okay. It's rare that she can get herself to shower without Izuku's coaxing. She must be having a good day. "Ma, come down for dinner when you're done," he says through the door. "All right?" Not expecting an answer, Izuku walks off intending to cover the food with aluminium to keep it warm and fresh, when something cold touches his feet. Izuku jolts, losing his balance and falling on his butt. What the hell? It takes him a minute to register the darkening wood and overflowing water soaking through the floors. Overflowing? Without hesitating, Izuku yanks open the door. Sheet. His mother is in the bath, but her eyes are closed, and she's fully clothed. She must be sleeping. Her head is limp, lolling off her shoulders like it's too heavy to hold up, and her skin is a sickly yellow pallor. Her hair is loose, wet strands hanging off the side and floating in the water, stringy. The faucet is running, and running, but his mama doesn't make any move to stop it because she's sleeping. Surely she's sleeping. Izuku falls onto his knees, soaking his clothes. Beneath the fluorescent lights and over the white tile, he can see the water is tinged. Izuku crawls to her, through the water, pinker and pinker the closer he gets. Izuku is daddy is home. Mama loves him, she's just sleeping. Peacefully. His beautiful mama, a sleeping princess. "Mama," he whimpers, closing the tap water. From her wrists, Izuku can see red clouds part in the water, like paint spilled in a clear lake. Silly mama. She made a clumsy mistake. "Mama," he repeats, unable to swallow back a sob. He lifts her head, heavy in his hands, but mama's eyes stay closed. "Mama, we've got to get you up." Izuku hiccups, tears streaming down his cheeks. "You made a mess and left the water r running." He stands up, carefully letting go of mama's head to rub his eyes. "Daddy W will get him mad if he sees you like this," Izuku chokes out. He lifts her, arms trembling with the effort. Soaking wet, his mama can't be more than 45 kilograms, but Izuku is only so small, underfed too. He hears a quiet drip and stares at the beads of blood running down his mama's arms, rippling in the bath water. "You've hurt yourself again." His eyes trail over the rest of his mama's scars lines of her design. It's really bad this time, mama. I don't know if I'll be able to heal them good." Izuku struggles to carry his mama. He's too scrawny, bones on bones, and his limbs won't stop shaking, his body heaving with sobs. The second he makes it out the bathroom door, his arms give out, and his mama drops. His mama thuds, and stays sleeping. She thuds. Like an object. Something soulless. Empty. His mama thuds. Spnhtmm. Spinach. Spinach. Bodies thud. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Izuku cries, crawling to pick her up again. His arms hurt from the strain, but Izuku powers through. I'm sorry, Mama, he cries. I hurt you. He's careful not to drop her again, placing her on the bed, ignoring the blood and water soaking through the sheets as he fixes up her pillows and blankets. Mama's skin is ice cold, her lips going blue, and Izuku pulls on a second blanket to keep her warm. I'm just going to the first aid kit to see clean the wounds, he informs her as he tucks in one side of the blanket. I'll get you better in no time. Izuku is fumbling through the bathroom cabinets, knocking over toiletries as he grabs the box along with a couple of towels. These injuries need stitches, but Izuku isn't a doctor and is afraid of hurting her any further. He settles for wrapping towels around them to slow the bleeding, cuddling into his mama's side and under the blankets with her when he's satisfied. Izuku can't get himself to stop sobbing, holding his mother as tight as possible, even though her arms stay limp at her side. This is a familiar routine too. Except Izuku isn't sure his mama is going to wake up tomorrow, this time. Right now, though, she's sleeping. Mama is sleeping, beautiful and serene. Her skin is going yellow, colder by the minute, but Mama is sleeping. She's sleeping is all. SHESD, SHESDAD.SHESD, .S underscore HESD underscore A dot underscore SHE underscore SD, underscore, DD, D underscore D underscore D underscore D, DDDD da D da, D underscore D, da D underscore D, da D underscore D, D underscore D. Mama is sleeping. Good night, Mama, Izuku whispers, pressing a kiss to her cold temple. He sings her a quiet lullaby, one she used to sing to him the nights Daddy was meaner than usual and struck his fists down harder than he should. She used to tell him the lullaby would protect him and keep him safe. Izuku's shoulders shake anew, quiet sobs racking his body. I'm so lucky, he slurs, exhausted and eyes slipping shut as he cuddles into his mother's side. I'm so lucky to have been born your son. His mama doesn't wake up. Frowning face. Dear Izuku. I'm sorry. I love you. Thank you for cooking me dinner every night. I'm so lucky to have been your mother. Your mama hearts it. Frowning face. Izuku finds out the reason why his mother was always adamant she dealt with the rent 2 weeks after her passing as he's sorting through their bills. Hisashi pays for it. According to the scathing letter attached to the payment, it was part of an arrangement they'd settled on that Hisashi agreed upon, so long as Inko kept custody agreements outside the courts and did not go to the police for domestic abuse. Izuku refuses to look the gift horse in the mouth and is just grateful he isn't being threatened with an eviction. Surprisingly, his mother had quite some left in savings, and Izuku had set aside a portion to have her cremated. The police, fortunately though unprofessionally, if Izuku really thought about it, did not bother looking into his home situation after confirming that, technically, since his parents never married on paper, they couldn't confirm or deny any separation, assuming the responsibility of guardianship to fall on Izuku's father. Izuku had blubbered to them that his father was away on a trip, and he'd rather be the one to inform him of this tragic passing so they could mourn together. No one bothered to investigate further, especially not after reading in Izuku's file that he's quirkless. Their negligence is welcome. Izuku wouldn't fare well in foster homes or orphanages. Choosing to be more careful with what remains of his mother's savings, Izuku uses his leftover pocket money to buy a cremation necklace. It's a simple black rope laced through a bullet-shaped pendant, the words, "Lucky," carved into the silver. The pitying smile the salesman gave him when he asked for the ashes to be transferred was comforting, as were his heartfelt apologies for her passing when Izuku told him he'd intended to toss the remaining ashes in the sea. Inko is dead. His mama is dead. Sleeping with the stars. Izuku chooses to keep her passing under wraps. His mother didn't have many assets to bore Izuku in her will, save for her savings, Izuku's first stuffed animal, her unfulfilled promise ring, and a letter Izuku leaves unread. He tucks it all in a box he stashes under a few loose floorboards under his bed, along with any photos and mementos around the house that hold memories of Hisashi that Inko refused to take down. He cannot bring himself to get rid of them, knowing how much his mother cherished them. Out of sight, out of mind was his second best option. Izuku doesn't give himself the time to grieve. He sorts through the legal paperwork, forging his father's signatures where need be. He calls the bank where his mother had provided him with access to her funds through his own account and resets all their passwords and emails in case news reaches Hisashi, and he tries to take advantage of the situation. He sends the hospital a letter explaining that due to her ailing mental health, his mother has to resign and cannot be contacted. He goes to school and doesn't raise his head, takes the beatings without fighting back, and the pain is distracting as grounding. He pores over books about financial literacy in the library and figures out a plan to make the most out of every yen. It takes him 5 days to enter his mother's room and another 2 days to walk into the bathroom. He does not clean the tiles or blood stains or change the ruined sheets, only cracking open the window to keep the room from rotting, leaving it untouched. That 7th day, he sits on the edge of her bed and stares forward, mind rushing with the memories of her. It is the first night since her passing that he cries, sobs that tear his throat and make him GG. Izuku buries his nose in the sheets, in the blood, and breaks down when he realizes there's no lingering scent of her left. He rips through her clothes and her closet, rummaging through her drawers and toiletries. His mother is dead. His mama is dead. His mama is dead and there's nothing left to remind him of her smell. What if he forgets her soft, flowery scent? What if he forgets the feeling of her touch? What if forgets the color of her eyes? Izuku heaves, staring at the mess that surrounds him. It's as if a tornado has blown through the room, but it doesn't register with Izuku. All he can think about is his mother's eyes. What if he forgets the color of her eyes? His mama's eyes. How could he forget the color of his mama's eyes? This is also the first night of many that he spends curled up in his mother's stained sheets, trying to sink into them. If he becomes part of this room, fuses with the sheets, where she'd bled and cried and slept too, won't it be impossible for him to ever forget her? She'd become a part of him. His mother's permanence permanent. Izuku has school tomorrow. The start of the new term. He'll make it. But he'll make it. Aren't you sad we aren't going to see ya again, you useless freak? How about a memorable goodbye? You can think of it as a graduation present from your favorite classmates. Izuku introduces himself to his new classmates with a low bow. His middle school is a good distance away from his home, about an hour's commute. But, to Izuku's inconvenience, there were no other public middle schools aside from Aldra, where he knew Katsuki was enrolled that permitted quirkless students entry through online registration. Izuku would need a guardian in a face-to-face meeting with the board, which was a requirement for most schools when it came to students with his disposition. The lax registration speaks eons about the school's prestige, or lack thereof. The exterior is decrepit, with cracks splintering the walls, weeds climbing up the sides and vandalism spray-painted at every corner. The interior is no better. The lockers are dented and covered in graffiti too, and there are stains on the floors that Izuku prays he never finds the origins of. The students all look rough, with skin made of leather, despite being so young. Izuku's a cautious person. He'd rather judge a book by its cover than wind up wearing a new scar. Unless proven otherwise, anyone can hurt him. And even when proven otherwise, they still hurt him. That's how Izuku experienced the world. His classmates peer at him like he's an especially interesting specimen, a germ under a microscope. Something to cut open to prod and play with. The teacher claps. Izuku flinches. Are there any questions for him? Izuku lifts his head, his grown-out hair falling back, no longer obscuring his features with shadows. His classmates gasp and snicker seeing his face. Izuku's newest scars are grotesque and still healing. They're large, gnarly, a deep gash that drags across his right temple and cuts into his eyebrow and a darker, thicker one that snakes up his neck, over his jaw and across his left cheek. Izuku shakes his bangs in a fruitless attempt to make them less obvious. The questions come in a barrage. What the F is wrong with your face? I've never seen you around this area, so the hell are you here for? Are you rich or something? What would a rich kid be doing here? You're effing tiny, are you sure you're our age? Are you a boy or a girl? You look a bit more like a boy, but I'm not sure. Where are you from? Too many people are talking. Izuku's a little overwhelmed. One at a time, the teacher snaps, silencing the cacophony. Izuku spares them a glance. A woman with short hair, white eyes and a bored expression. She looks unenthused. When her eyes find Izuku, they bore into him like he was less than the dirt on her shoes. Pick him. Izuku points a finger at a tall, exaggeratedly wide brunette. The boy smiles like he's won the lottery. What's your quirk? Izuku already has a lie on his tongue. A mental quirk, he'll say. An intelligence enhancer. He's heads and tails above his peers in terms of academia thanks to years of self-studying, and said quirks are easy to fabricate. He hesitates, though, and his teacher steps in to answer in his stead. He's quirkless. Izuku schools his expression, though his heart drops to his stomach. He can feel the fear like it exists tangibly, like it's real, concrete, and wrapped around him, an attachment to his shadow. The amusement in his teacher's voice is enough foreshadowing of the kind of torment he'll undoubtedly be subjected to for the next 3 years of his life, never mind the comical shift in the demeanor of his classmates. Any curiosity to know Izuku dissipates, making room for the familiar stench of malice, disgust, and pity. The hands in the air drop. Oh, his teacher muses, ping a thin eyebrow. No more questions? Izuku bites his tongue to keep from snarking. No, you see. Did you think they'd still have questions after the FING stunt you pulled? All right then. Midoriya, take your seat. It's the one at the back, next to Kubo, she orders, directing him to the empty seat next to a scrawny girl with dark hair. She's glaring at the empty seat like it personally offended her. When Izuku sits down, the students scoot their desks and chairs away from him, leaving him isolated in the corner. He feels like a contagion. So class. Nice to meet ya, Quirkless. You got a minute after school? I think you deserve a good, wholesome welcome. What gives life meaning? Izuku's no philosopher. Any curiosity he's previously had about infinities and universes lay in his boredom and ever-working mind, not in a true desire to find the meaning of life because Izuku's never questioned life's significance. Despite his hardships and his low opinion of himself, Izuku found aspects of his life that promised to him that his fight to live amounted to something. Aspects outside his own perceived worthlessness. His dreams of heroism, his endless optimism, his fantasies of a loving family, his faith that there'll come a day when his mother would return his hugs again. Izuku didn't care to question the meaning of life because his always had meaning, so he believed in an innate meaning to life. And then it was stolen from him. A thief who bore the names of divinity, a path of fate written in society's scripture. In the grand scheme of things, isn't life ultimately meaningless? Being robbed of everything he valued, Izuku was quick to realize so. Day and night, people push themselves past their limits and break their limbs to greet tomorrow's morning with a smile. They listen to the birds singing noteless tunes and idly watch the clouds part and float, only to wind up fighting the person they claim to love and lose them before their next heartbeat. They smile at the sun and then stare down at the pavement stained with the blood of their neighbor's limp body, having fallen from the sky. Who cared? The will of the universe is to destine Izuku to walk barefoot along a road littered with rubble and glass, cuddled by rotten branches and hugged by a sunless sky. Izuku spent too long denying his reality, turned his head to people's noise, determined to set forth on the paths of those destined for success, people like Katsuki, or to carve one out for himself, even if it meant mangling his hands in. It's a senseless struggle. Currently being knocked to the ground, Izuku can feel the infection of his apathy. He's caked in filth, sweat, and blood. The boys above him are kicking his sides, knocking the air out of him and bruising his lungs. Izuku's heaving on the pavement, tasting bile in the back of his throat, tears gathering in his eyes. He doesn't know these boys, he cannot recognize any of their faces. He guesses they're one of the dozens and dozens of bigots interested in Genjutsu Junior High's first quirkless student. Wow, guess they were right about your kind being really FNG pathetic, the one with vivid blue eyes dubbed Bluey Coos, punctuating the insult with another hard kick. Izuku gasps and wheezes, coughing violently, trying to catch his breath. He doesn't know if it's because they're older or if it's the neighborhood, But Izuku finds that the bullying in junior high is a lot more violent. In elementary school, the kids called him useless and dirty, but a 10-year-old is still 10, and Izuku was already well experienced with the vitriol of an adult. The kids here are more willing to break his ribs and then blame Izuku, telling him a broken bone was nothing compared to the repentance he owes the world for being alive. You think we should add another scar to that face of yours? The one with large muscles dubbed musclehead sneers, lifting Izuku's chin with his foot and staring Izuku down. Izuku feels a surge of hatred bubble in his blood, and for a split second, dares make a prayer that he'll manifest his quirk like he was 6 years old and Hisashi hadn't left yet. If any deity exists, please gift me a quirk that'll set this meathead on fire and make him combust. Musclehead falters when Izuku meets his eyes, foot twitching. He does not light on fire. Ooh, Izuku thinks. That would have made a 10-10 spectacle. The one with hair styled like a turnip dubbed turnip hair sends a punch straight to Izuku's lips, laughing when Izuku hollers, having bitten down on his tongue. Izuku spits out the blood pooling in his mouth, the smell and taste of iron nauseating. He rolls onto his back, black spots clouding his vision of the sky. Turnip hair picks him up by the collar and shoves him against the rough brick of their school building, knocking Izuku's head into the wall. How about we leave it for next week? Turnip hair muses, crouching and holding Izuku's battered face in his hands, turning his cheek left and right like admiring his handiwork. He looks up at Musclehead, who's still in a bit of a stupor. We can use your dad's hunting knife. Bluey laughs dryly, lips curled in a sadistic grin. Sounds perfect. Carve something real pretty into those sheet stains on your skin. Who knows? It might make you look better. Izuku refrains from correcting him about said sheet stains actually being freckles. He can't talk around a swollen tongue anyway. Musclehead snaps out of it, nodding along with his friends. Yeah. He stares down at Izuku again, a sudden smile splitting his face when he takes in how decrepit Izuku is. Next week, Quirkless. After school. Don't be late. Izuku is no philosopher, but if you were to ask him at that moment, alone, in pain, bleeding and tired, his answer would be nothing. His life lost all meaning the day his mother took her life. Life has never had meaning to begin with. I'm not paying for your sheet anymore. I'm somewhere you'll never FNG find me, so don't bother with the police. They wouldn't believe a slot like you, anyway. Don't contact me again. Hisashi. Izuku wonders if his ma was ever actually suicidal. If death is inevitable and the ultimate conclusion to everyone's story, did it matter how many chapters were in the book? If death is but a bystander, a nameless, faceless stranger he's foreordained to meet, did when or how matter? Death will come for everyone, no matter how far you run to escape it. It will come for the people you love, and the people you hate, for the villains and heroes, the tyrants and the legends. Death does not discriminate between sinners or saints, it's selfish. His ma chased after death, like a forsaken lover unable to let go of what once. How ironically poetic. How stupidly beautiful. Izuku supposes, then, that if the distinction lies in the chase, though his mother was suicidal, he isn't. Izuku does not crave a true and honest death. He does not run from it, but he does not reach for it either. The world moves and bends beneath the soles of his feet, and Izuku realizes it's all without purpose, succumbing to indifference and fatigue. When Izuku receives the eviction notice giving him a month to make his payments after his father quit paying the rent, his reaction is no more than a single jolt in his heart. Izuku sells his old hero merchandise and anything worth value that lacked sentiment, and starts hunting for buildings and houses to squat in before he is inevitably kicked. In the time he uses scouting a decent enough area, Izuku considers why he's bothering at all. Survival, he realizes banefully, is intrinsic. If there is no value to life, there is no value to death. So he bothers. 3 days before the landlord can personally send Izuku packing, Izuku leaves. He doesn't have much on him, one scarce luggage bag and a backpack are enough for all his belongings, and Izuku navigates the path he's familiarized himself with down the weedier, more dangerous alleyways of Mizudafu. He drags his feet, exhausted, wondering again if maybe before his mother started chasing after death, she was like him. At that half point. Surviving and breathing but no longer living. Will he, too, start reaching for death? Find comfort in its cold, bony touch and its fanged smile? His mother's son. In Tokyo, it's rumored that the night never sleeps. Cars are always running, people don't stop dancing, and the music never quits playing. The neighborhood Izuku came across, though more disheveled and dangerous, is similar. It's the dead of night as Izuku snakes down the streets and passageways, and yet people are awake, animated, alive. Izuku blushes at the sight of a woman in scandalous lingerie seducing a burly man with a red nose and thin beard, her long nails dragging across his cheek. He hears the angry hollering of drunks being tossed out of the clubs by frustrated bouncers, their bodies clattering against the metal dumpsters as they loudly slur slews of insults in their days. The music in the nightclubs shakes the grounds in a steady rhythm that Izuku innocently bops his head to. No one spares him a second glance. A kid with scars, in dirty clothes and a heavy gait, fits in with the environment perfectly. Eventually, he comes across a tall, wired fence. It's around twice his height, about 10 feet or poorly twisted iron. By luck, Izuku had come across a small abandoned house hidden left the alleyway on the other side of it. It was far from a place of luxury, with rotting wood, graffitied walls and a broken door lock. Moss had grown up the porch, and the small garden that had been there before was now dirt and dead weeds. Miraculously, though, the water system worked fine, save for a bit of cleaning in the water tank, and the electric box only needed some rewiring and a power source, to which Izuku concluded any of the stores sandwiched next to the house worked. Tightening the strap on his backpack and hooking his luggage around his arm, Izuku starts to climb. The weight of his things strains his tired, injured muscles, and the metal bites into the skin of his hands and through his flimsy clothes, but Izuku makes it over despite his struggle. He drops his luggage unceremoniously onto the ground, hearing it thud, and jumps off the fence, crouching to absorb the impact of his fall. After another few minutes of walking, Izuku finds the dingy house, soon to be his dingy house, sitting between a bunch of other dingy houses, stores and stalls. A shop owner he met the first time he found the place acknowledges Izuku with a nod that he returns. It's the ringing of a gunshot that has Izuku making haste to drag his things in, staring at the unfortunate interior, stomach heavy with dread. Life. What a pretty spider lily. Is it mine? Izuku Midoriya is the farthest thing from a threat. Leave me alone, he mutters, exhausted. Wanna try again, Quirkless? Izuku snaps his head up. Izuku Midoriya was the farthest thing from a threat. He's a monster. Izuku. Izuku creeps along the streets in contemplative silence, slippery fingers sorting through a stranger's wallet. It belongs to recent hero debut, Scarlet Rain, making Izuku doubts the criteria that qualify someone to be considered a pro-hero are all that demanding nowadays. The woman had poor spatial awareness and the observation skills of a newborn baby, but bore the title of pro-hero proudly. Izuku has had a more difficult time pickpocketing salarymen. He holds up her ID. Pro-hero Scarlet Rain's civilian name is Emu Hero, a 25-year-old woman with large teeth, dark eyes, and long, curly hair similar to Izuku's. She's rather beautiful without the obstructing hero mask, complemented by smooth, dark skin and high cheekbones. She's also, to Izuku's immense luck and delight, rich and stupid. In the time Izuku picked up the skill of being a pickpocket, he found that more often than not, people privileged enough to know money didn't understand the value of it. Izuku was young when he learned better than to carry large amounts of cash on his person, but wealthy people freely and carelessly walked around with enough yen on them to make the average worker salivate. If Izuku cared to be understood as a better person, he'd call his stunts a life lesson. Seeing that he doesn't, he fully acknowledges that he's no better than any other thief taking advantage of people's idiocy. The saying goes, only death will cure a fool. Being righteous or feeling guilty will get Izuku nowhere. He's sure Emu Hero is a good person. Unfortunately for her, he isn't. Izuku slips into an alleyway and pockets what he can of the yen without looking suspicious. He flips the wallet back and forth, weighing it in his hands. It's clean, white leather with an expensive brand name engraved in gold lettering on the front. Can it be pawned? Izuku turns it over, clicking his tongue to find the woman's initials engraved into the leather, too. Custom. DMN. Shame. It would have sold well in his neighborhood, either to some desperate poor kid trying to fit in with the elites or to a conked-out crackhead who'd in turn pawn it off to their dealer for another fix. Izuku always feels a little bit of pity when he makes a sale to the former group. Those pathetic kids are always far too grateful to give up their hard-earned money to buy something only a few thousand yen below market price, so desperate to be accepted. What a waste. What gave matter to existence, anyway? Why bother striving to be accepted when it all amounts to nothing at the end of it? My wallet. Izuku peeks past the alleyway at the sound of the cry. Emu Hero is a few paces ahead of him, her tall stature and vivid red hero costume making her easy to pinpoint. Her arms are spread open, eyebrows raised past her hairline, and her face twisted in distress. She cries again, "My wallet. It's been stolen." Izuku bites the inside of his cheek as the people around her erupt in a cacophony of whispers. It's amusing. For all they know, the hero misplaced or dropped it, and yet they grow antsy as no one steps forward. Because a hero proclaimed it stolen, it's been stolen. Why argue as a peasant against the words of a king? And what a profound statement, to compare heroes to kings. But isn't that what they are? People gifted with a quirk, a man gifted with his lineage. And so the average person is a peasant, the common people whose words pass on like whispers among the screams of the rich and the privileged. Kings write the law, soldiers enforce it, and commoners abide. Like heroes, officers, and the average salaryman. Izuku is an equal opportunity crook, at the very least. He'll pickpocket anyone he's confident is too inattentive to realize what's happened in time to suspect him. Leaning against the wall, Izuku waits for an accusation to be thrown and a fight to break out. Will Scarlet Rain step in to put a rest to the violence she's welcomed, or let the crowd go at each other like wolves in hopes that the thief who stole her wallet will come forward? It must have been you. You were nearest to her. Chaos immediately ensues. The person accused throws an accusation of their own, and the crowd descends into a pandemonium of disarray where everyone and no one is guilty. Someone is shoved, and a fist is thrown in retaliation, and soon there's an all-out brawl. Izuku frowns when Scarlet Rain steps back, making little effort to put a rest to any of it, even as an elderly person is knocked to the ground. Wow. What a hero. Izuku takes advantage of the disruption to expertly weave through the crowd, slipping the wallet back into the pro's utility belt and nudging someone into her so she can feel the press of her wallet. His slim, unassuming frame makes slinking away with little notice just as easy. He hears Scarlet Rain exclaim that she's found her wallet over the sound of the crowd's angry hollers. The sound of the crowd cheering for her as they raise their bruised knuckles fades away the further along Izuku walks. He's amazed by the cognitive dissonance of preaching heroism and unity after blaming and beating up someone you'll likely never cross paths with again to protect your innocence that's only, truly, at stake the moment you indict. Scarlet Rain's hypocrisy speaks the loudest to him. Unsurprisingly, in Izuku's opinion. He lost his faith in heroes eons ago. Izuku is wandering, feet carrying him to and fro without a destination in mind. He has no interest in returning to his place at the moment. It's a little early, and his new roommate had accidentally set one of Izuku's smaller projects on fire. Izuku thought living in one of the slummiest areas in Mizudafu and having spent most of his life hiding behind dumpsters had made him quite nose-blind to, if not tolerating of, smells. Turns out the mix of chemical gas, burnt wires, and melted rubber was his nose's kryptonite, though, and Izuku threw on a clean hoodie and left, promising to return when it was time to change said roommate's bandages. He still has some time ahead of him before he has to start making his trek, and the spring breeze feels nice. He's familiar with the itchy, uncomfortable feeling of people's eyes drilling holes into him, and does his best to ignore them. It doesn't help that Izuku looks like what he is, a disgraced orphan from the wrong side of the tracks. In spaces that aren't the streets of his neighborhood and school, or the grimy, gritty nightlife, Izuku stands out. His clothes are tattered, his long, frizzy hair unkempt, his scars and bandages on display, and his piercings glint under the sunlight. Izuku's thoughts wander as he makes a random turn. High school is in less than a year, and Izuku's not an idea of where he should apply. 10-year-old him would have gunned for UE, one of the most prestigious hero schools in Japan, having birthed some of the country's top heroes applying for the hero course despite Izuku's Quirk status. 10-year-old him wanted so badly to be a hero. To just save others. 14-year-old him isn't deluded enough to think that something so profound was possible for someone like him. Izuku's been fed enough bullshit about hopes and aspirations and trying hard enough to fertilize a garden the size of a football field, but that's all it is. Bullshit. Matching to the profound when the only truth about life is that people exist and exist selfishly is utterly pointless. Dreams of grandeur are reserved for the lucky kids who've yet to understand what Izuku has, that people fabricate reasons to convince themselves that there is merit to their effort. There isn't. Only temporary feelings of satisfaction. Still, Izuku is more intelligent than his classmates. He hadn't slacked on his independent studying after moving schools or becoming homeless, to keep occupied and become creative about survival. UE is still a good school, one with free enrollment, too, and Izuku qualifies for the requirements to apply for their general education course. UE also has a no-tolerance for discrimination policy in their guidelines, and didn't limit or prohibit quirkless students' entry like many other schools Izuku looked into. Izuku's also curious to meet and interact with the rich, privileged kids with pretty quirks who'll surely attend. Dissecting quirks is a fun pastime. Izuku likes it when he can figure out a way around a powerful quirk, and use that knowledge to predict ways to take down the person despite his perceived powerlessness. The image of an ant crushing a human under its foot. Izuku's analytical skills are sharp, after all. He's been honing them all these years. It helps that people don't expect much from him. Izuku's appearance is his most egregious lie. He takes advantage of his unassuming figure to lure people in and lower their guard. He makes use of what he's learnt from the years he spent in libraries and the times he lowered his head and watched, brandishing it all like a fine-tuned weapon. He knows how to fight and has long since stopped hesitating to cut people down the moment they give him a reason to. If that makes him a monster, in people's eyes, so be it. White hourglass. Yesterday morning. This is my seat. Some kid snarls down at Izuku, who's patiently reading a novel he'd borrowed from the library. It isn't the kid's seat. Izuku knows this, the kid knows this, and the apprehensive glances his classmates send the kid know this. Izuku doesn't move and doesn't spare the kid a glance. Oi! The kid barks, slamming his fist onto the table. His fingers are claws, morphed, mutated bone. No nails, just skin pulled taut into little points. It's gross. Izuku looks up dismissively. He doesn't recognize the student. He's sure he'd remember someone with such effed-up looking ears. He sort of looks like a deformed elf. Move your hand, Izuku tells him. The deformed elf scoffs in disbelief. You think you can order me around, quirkless? This isn't your seat, Izuku says, voice dead as ever. Plain, tired, bored. So move your hand. I think. For F's sake. Izuku, annoyed, stands up, grabs Icky Elfie by the wrist and twists it so that the boy is whimpering, pressed up against the desk. He grabs one of those gross finger claws and forcefully carves into the wood. Icky Elfie's crying falls on deaf ears as Izuku continues to carve, pressing down harder the louder the boy cries. There. He lets go of the classmate who staggers back. Tears are welling in his eyes. Now it has my effing name on it. Izuku shoves Icky Elfie out of the way, who's cradling his reddened wrist to his chest. There's blood dripping from the end of the finger Izuku used like a short bent carving tool. Izuku gestures to the wood, where now, scratched in shaky handwriting, is his name. He wipes off the sawdust and retakes his seat. When the classmate hasn't moved, Izuku turns to him, ping his eyebrow. Anything else? Elfie shakes his head violently, nearly tripping over himself as he walks out of the classroom to a group of mildly terrified-looking boys. Izuku recognizes them as a few students who tried, and failed, to get him to buy them food. The other week, Izuku wasted good yen on a soda that day. They must have gotten their friend to come confront Izuku, instead of doing it themselves. It seems the boy isn't even a student in their class. But pathetic. Izuku turns back to the novel. White hourglass. A wail interrupts Izuku's reminiscing. "Mommy!" A little girl's cry. Izuku follows her voice, instinctually. "Mommy, where are you?" Let it be known, Izuku isn't a hero. He doesn't care to become a hero. He'd much rather be labeled a monster than try and fit the mold of a hero, supposedly indicative of absolute good. Izuku's done too much wrong to pursue heroism anyway, and at the end of this obsolete life, it won't matter. Humans are fickle, emotional, and vile, though, and at the end of the day, Izuku is human in the most banal way, as fickle, emotional, and vile as the rest of them. Izuku is 3 years old, crying for help. No one follows the sound of his voice. Because they are human, fickle, emotional, and vile. Izuku picks up his pace as the cries grow louder and more distressed, carelessly shoving people out of his way until he's close enough to see the little girl. She's tiny, barely at Izuku's waist, with blonde ringlets and abnormally large blue eyes. She's dressed like a doll, her pale cheeks healthy and rosy, and her expression comically animated. Even her tears, fat, iridescent, and glittering as they stream down her cheeks, look painted on. Lowering his head, Izuku does his best to appear non-threatening as he approaches her. "Hello," he greets softly. The girl looks at him and starts to cry harder. She cannot be older than, "Please don't hurt me," she sobs, terrified. "I just thought I lost my mommy. I want mommy." Passersby stare at her without stepping in, though some shoot Izuku's suspicious, dirty looks. Izuku refrains from cussing them out for their cowardice and lack of action. He bets that they all left her under the presumption that some better-suited Samaritan would step in. What if no one stepped in, though? What would happen if the next morning, broadcast on the news, is a headline detailing the slaughter and brutalization of this girl in some alleyway because people were too caught up in their own self-interest and ego? Izuku grimaces, unaccustomed to comforting or consoling children. He has no memory of his parents running their fingers through his hair or promising him that everyone will be okay, and the idea of such consolation nowadays feels like an uncomfortable lie. Still, he flexes his fingers, shaking off his rigidity to lower the child's guard. "I can help you find your mommy," he tells her. "Do you want me to help you?" The girl sobs quiet, her eyes raking over Izuku hesitantly. Izuku doesn't bother trying to smile, knowing it'll only make him seem all the more off-putting. After all, his memories of a smile better resemble a baring of teeth than anything comforting. He settles on what he's praying is a reassuring but neutral expression and waits patiently for the little girl's permission. After a few more passing seconds, she eventually nods, waddling over. She's wearing tiny heels, less than a centimeter off the ground, and they click against the pavement rhythmically. She forgoes Izuku's outstretched hand and instead fists the material of his jumper. "What does mommy look like?" Izuku asks, navigating his way through the bustle and crowd. "Mommy looks like me, but with chocolate skin. Like your skin but more dark. And her hair is brown," the girl says, her voice quiet. Izuku tries to tune out the background noise of car engines and strangers' gossip, lowering his head to hear her better. "Mommy is, like, the prettiest, most pretty person ever. Sweet." Standing on his toes, which doesn't say much at 5'2", Izuku scans the crowd, looking for any variation of distressed and frantic mother. "Where did you lose her?" There was this hero who was also pretty like mommy. I wanted to tell her because mommy says it's good to tell people good things, like they're pretty. But then this man pushed me and people were hitting each other and mommy wasn't there, and then that anything." The little girl shudders, stuttering as tears gather in her eyes, again. Izuku awkwardly pats her shoulder, and the little girl latches onto his arm with her free hand. "Help me find her, Anisan." For all Izuku is aware, her mother is dead, knocked out, or kidnapped, and this girl is a destined orphan. Izuku isn't an honest person. What good did honesty do at the end of the day, anyway? What good did it do to expose someone so small and fragile to how unfair and cruel the world could be? "Don't worry," Izuku responds. "Why don't you hold my hand so I don't lose you while we find her?" The girl looks stricken, as if letting go of Izuku's jacket would hurt her, before seeming to brace herself and slipping her hand into his. Her fingers are soft, unlike Izuku's calloused ones, and he's sure the way his old bandages rub her skin isn't comfortable. He keeps at a somewhat brisk pace, tracing back his footsteps to the commotion where he'd stolen the wallet. He strains his hearing, trying to pick up on any distinct cries. Eventually, he hears the echo of an upset woman yelling somewhere ahead of him. Picking up his stride while being mindful of the little girl, Izuku shields her from the bystanders by shoving them indignantly. Eventually, he catches sight of a woman in an outfit as pretty and poised as the one the little girl is in. She's screaming at Scarlet Rain, who looks a little disgruntled, trying to calm her down. "Is that Mommy?" Izuku points them out to the little girl, who nods vigorously, her face breaking out into a smile. "Thank you, Anisama, you're my hero," she shouts, letting go of Izuku to barrel headfirst into her mother. The woman barely catches herself before she peers down at her daughter. Her panic edges away, relief bleeding out of her as she bends down to wrap her daughter carefully in a hug. Emu Hero slumps with the relief of someone who's found the solution to world hunger. The little girl is pointing a chubby finger in Izuku's direction, her mother and the hero following her line of vision. They see Izuku and frown. Privately, Izuku wonders how they'd react to him being quirkless. He walks away before they can scrutinize him any further, into the crowd and out of sight. A hero. He remembers a time when the word would make him blush and fall over himself and practically sparkle like a 90s anime character being asked out by the love of their life. Instead, his lips quirk into an amused, caustic smile as he makes his way over to the shabbier part of town. To the nearest tattoo parlor, where he'll shake hands with the ex-convict who overlooked his age. To the alleyway where he'll greet the fruit vendor who taught him about money laundering, and then the fish market that druggies would frequent, asking for raw tuna, no bone but save the eye please. To the convenience store, where he wiped off the expiration dates of canned items for a free jug of orange juice and a pack of cigarettes. It was a pipe dream. A lie. Izuku's no FING hero. They don't exist. "Are you the quirkless freak?" some unfamiliar-faced third year with greasy hair asks, snarling. Izuku refrains from rolling his eyes and doesn't respond, an almost perfect expression of apathy, save for his nails curling into his palms. While his peers learnt to leave him alone not long after Izuku's patience ran out halfway through his first year, there were plenty of students, more often those in the year above him, who still went out of their way to harass Izuku. "Answer him," the one with red eyes and thick checkmark-shaped eyebrows yells, slamming his fist on Izuku's desk. Izuku bites back a sigh when he hears the wood creak and splinter. At this rate, the desk is bound to fall apart, and Izuku is tired of bothering to rescrew the legs or glue down the splinters. His school wouldn't provide him with a new desk, even if Izuku weren't quirkless. They barely have the budget to hire a full teaching staff. Izuku's phys ed teacher also teaches his English and arts classes. The last of three Izuku always question why. It seems that groups like these always come in multiples of 3 with protruding rabbit teeth taunts. "You know, I've heard the rumors, but from where I stand you don't seem like sheet. I mean, what the hell are they spiking their drinks with to go around calling you terrifying?" Bugs Bunny snickers. "It's an ugly noise. You look like a pathetic little twerp." Izuku still doesn't dignify them with a response. "Are you ignoring us?" Red Ice slams down his other hand. "Who the hell do you think you are?" Izuku tilts his head forward, hair shielding his eyes. Despite the casual movement, Red Ice jerks back, a nervous flinch, and Izuku suppresses a smirk. For all their bravado, it's difficult not to be swayed by the things they've heard. After all, it's not like the rumors are baseless. In fact, if Izuku had to guess, they were probably downplayed for the sake of dignity. There wasn't anyone in this school who, at this point, wasn't aware of Izuku and his quirklessness. It's embarrassing to admit, in the same breath, that the long-haired abomination to evolution was the same person who made you piss your pants out of fear after swinging a desk chair your way. Izuku feels anticipation squirm in his stomach, clenching and unclenching his fist. "What?" Gross and greasy sneers. "You got something to say, then say it." Izuku doesn't. This, predictably, agitates them. Not that Izuku's response wouldn't have agitated them as well. People like them look for any excuse to hurt Izuku. They'll bring a needle to his lips to sew them shut, only to rip off the stitches with their claws and demand he wail. They want Izuku to mess up, to justify to themselves that their treatment of Izuku is okay. How dare someone who's quirkless refuse to answer them? How dare someone who's quirkless talk back? Izuku smells ozone, and on instinct, kicks off the floor, head smacking against the tile as he falls backwards. Above him, the wood of his desk is singed where gross and greasy had splayed out his palm, electric sparks dancing around his fingers. Izuku rolls onto his side and pulls himself up, seconds before gross and greasy bends over, open palm aiming for his head. "Quit moving around, motherfucker," he scowls. Izuku doesn't listen, picking up his bag, turning on his heel and walking out of the classroom. The audacity leaves the third years stunned, giving Izuku a head start. Red Ice snaps out of it first, letting out a slew of curses before barking orders at his two friends to follow Izuku. Izuku keeps at a relatively mellow pace, waiting to be off school grounds before dealing with the students. After his earlier incident of carving his name in the desk using a student's finger, he'd been warned by the teachers to take care of his business off school grounds. Even the parents of the roughed-up kids in this effed-up school put their foot down when their sons are being humiliated by the quirkless, worthless nuisance. When the sounds of the bullies grow louder, Izuku takes an abrupt turn into an empty classroom. He unlatches the window, and without looking back to see the three burst into the classroom, jumps, landing on the ground in a crouch. It's a short, two-story drop, and Izuku doesn't stumble thanks to the parkour practice he's had to do getting to his house and navigating his neighborhood without getting stabbed. Daily. Oi, he's insane. He jumped out of the effing window. Bugs Bunny exclaims in her deafeningly nasal voice. Izuku looks up at them, the sight of their heads stuck out of the window, expressions equal parts enraged and flabbergasted, is comical. He waits a few seconds to see if they'll go out of their way to chase him, rolling on his heels. He hopes they do. His heart isn't pumping yet. "He's sizing us up," Red Ice yells. "Stop staring, you uselesses, and go after him." He runs off, exiting the building the proper way, his friends at his tail. They chased after him like predators after prey. "Hurry the F up." Izuku hears as they storm out of the school doors, catching sight of Izuku stalling at the gates. Izuku braces himself, ensuring his phone is secured in the pocket of his backpack and tightening the straps on his shoulders. He takes off when Red Ice shouts, "You're dead, B." The wind is whipping around him, pushing his hair out of his eyes. Izuku breathes in deeply, heart rate picking up the faster and faster he runs. He zeroes in on his heartbeat, deafening himself to the outside world, the sounds of cars and people muffled like he's hearing them underwater, his heartbeat loud as a snare drum. Distantly, he can make out the voices of the three assholes yelling at each other to speed up. Izuku can feel the strain in his muscles, in his bones. Izuku's body has been starved. He isn't built or broad, but lean and nimble with a whipcord body. There's bile in his throat, and his breath is labored and wheezy. Still he pushes himself to run, to never stop running, to keep going until he feels like his body is going to collapse in on itself, and then go further until it does. The three musketeers continue to chase after him, their bruised egos blinding them to the futility of their efforts. They should know that Genjutsu's quirkless grins at the sight of his own blood, that for every wound he bears his strength tenfold. It's Izuku's favorite rumor. Besides, are they not embarrassed to go so far out of their way to try and beat up some quirkless kid? Eventually, Izuku finds an underpass, like a tunnel, to his right. It's secluded, lined with bright yellow dumpsters and graffiti-clad walls. Izuku slumps onto his knees, catching his breath as he waits for the third years to make the same turn. He tucks his hair behind his ears, maintaining a neutral expression despite the burn in his lungs. When he spots a piece of discarded metal, similar to a broken rod, he picks it up, feeling its weight. The bullies take a minute to find him. Izuku's leaning against one of the dumpsters with the metal rod in his hand, his backpack left to the side. They're ragged, worn down from running, their faces beet red and sweat glistening across their foreheads. Izuku gives them a minute to pull themselves together, clutching the fabrics of their shirts to calm their racing hearts. Izuku likes it when his chest hurts. There's nothing like the way his body screams when his muscles ache, and he's on the brink of passing out. Death whispers sweet nothings to him, in those moments, brushing its fingers against his nape, only millimeters too far to sink in its claws. Finally stopped running away from us, you cowardly freak? Izuku breaks his silence. Why don't you kill me? He provokes, sporting a frightening grin. He tilts his head and the sun catches his gaze, a gleam in his eyes that reflects insanity. Bugs Bunny recoils, hunching her shoulders, sneer faltering. What the F dash? Come on now, Izuku continues. He loosens his shoulders, tapping the end of the rod against the road. Doing everything to taunt them. Everything to feel the touch of death. I dare you. Heroes do not fight fire with blood. They embody notions of absolute good that rebuke excessive violence. They tell children not to fight their battles with their fists but with their tongues instead. People like Izuku should consult the adults in their lives and the heroes on the news for resolutions to their issues, as opposed to picking up the knives on their counters and taking matters into their own hands. Izuku can lie and say he played the part of those heroes of absolute good. Fictions of the imagination. He can lie and say he did not fight back against the 3 kids wailing punches at him. Instead, Izuku cowered and waited to be saved. He kept up the narrative of the perfect victim until a person in a flamboyant costume or neon cape put a stop to the kids. Izuku would be praised by the hero for bearing their brutalization and choosing to spare them mercy by not inflicting the pain they'd done on him in return. Izuku can lie. But why should he? Izuku is no hero. He is no embodiment of absolute good, nor is he the embodiment of absolute evil. Izuku is a 14-year-old kid finding meaning in a meaningless existence though his dances with death. He is called a monster in a world ruled by them, a survivor not recognized for his efforts but condemned by them. Destiny has deemed him profane, and so the universe has demanded he be erased from their fates. Is this the root of his meaninglessness? Is misfortune inevitable for anomalies like him? He feels no need to lie. He doesn't believe in heroes. Tadasaru has his first run-in with death on a random Wednesday evening. He leaves the alleyway and his bones are hollow. His feet are moving after the other, but Tada isn't conscious of it. His jaw is throbbing, pulsating with his heartbeat. He's a little surprised to be able to hear his heartbeat, and when he mindlessly runs his index finger over the ache, he flinches at the feel of a swelling, growing lump. To his right, Mika is crying, her fat tears streaming down her dirted cheeks. Her hair, usually slicked back and tidy, is a nest on her head, flyaways dancing with the wind. The edges of her scalp are red and raw from being pulled, and blood is caked down her nose from where he remembers her head being slammed into the wall. A little ahead of him, Uchida is scowling at the ground. His fisted knuckles are scraped and grisly from the fight. It's a show of strength that holds no way met with his swollen, purple eye and a gash on the side of his cheek the length of Tada's palm. It's still bleeding, a red as vivid as the color of his eyes. We never touch Quirkless again, got it? He orders. We don't speak of this sheet either. Got it, Mika and Tada reply in sync. What did they say about Midoriya earlier? That he didn't seem like sheet? Tada refrains from scoffing aloud. Monsters don't wear masks. They don't bother hiding in plain sight. They don't stoop so low as to seek people out or feel the need to walk with their heads held high. They walk around like they're nothing, heads lowered, gaze down. It's not until stupid boys and girls claw at them, provoke them and get them to bleed that it's not until their clothes and skin are torn, and those stupid boys and girls and laughing triumphantly, that the monster smiles, tenacious and ferocious hungry. Izuku Midoriya is one of those monsters. Tada's never been a religious person, but he prays that the deities bless those who cross him with mercy. Izuku. By the time the 3 idiots leave with their heads hung low, Izuku looks like sheet. His hair is a mess, cuts litter his arms, and he can feel new bruises blossoming across his skin. He spits out a mix of blood and phlegm, grimacing at the feel of a loose tooth. Electrocution marks are cuffing his wrist and up his arm, and he can feel the exhaustion begin to set in as he comes down from the adrenaline high. His smile falls, no longer hugged by death, and the realization of being alive is a little bitter despite Izuku's fight for victory. Izuku drops his guard, leaning against the dumpster. It's a mistake. His fatigue clouds his senses, and Izuku fails to hear it slither his way. He only realizes something is amiss when it starts to crawl up his skin. It feels like slime, cold and wet, climbing up his clothes, wrapping around his neck and over his nose in seconds. Izuku's body writhes in an attempt to free himself, the struggle. Desperate, Izuku can see the mutant's tawny teeth and puss-yellow eyes making up a vague expression of glee amidst the slime. When it speaks, its voice is rough and full of grit. I'm saved, it breathes, syllables broken. Izuku hears, for the second time that week, you're my hero. The sludge drowns him, into his nose and down his throat. Izuku feels his lungs burn desperately, the sludge swallow down his throat as he breathes it in. This is not a hug. It is not even a chokehold. Izuku's muscles go lax, his body falling limp, the pressure in his head and pain in his chest unbearable. He screams, a final, desperate attempt, before he stops struggling, repressing every instinct roaring at him to fight to survive. Through the fog in his brain, he can hear the mutant cackle. The pain seeps away, his body defeated. Izuku accepts this death, and with the acceptance comes a momentary peace. Is this the reality of death? So different from the highs Izuku chases. It is too quiet, too kind. This is not an embrace he knows sweetly. It is not a caress or a dance or a slap or a bite. But it is the touch of death, even if it is not the kind of touch Izuku craves, and there is something serene about it that Izuku is content with. Izuku will die and will not be missed. Life will continue, and his desolate home will be abandoned once more. Mold will regrow on the old wood, and the water will yellow with age. His roommate will have to rely on someone else to fix his bandages, and the old vendor Izuku greets every morning will forget his face. Izuku rides for a final time. A last act. A show of and of what? He is destined for nothing but misfortune. He is nothing. Spots cloud Izuku's vision, and the sky fades to black. For years to come, Izuku will wonder about what could have been. What if he died? What if someone else saved him? What if the bullies who chased him had given up midway? What if Izuku chose an alleyway instead of the underpass? Or if he chose a different underpass altogether? If that had happened, Izuku wonders if that would have been better. For everyone. Toshinori. Peace symbol, peace symbol, peace symbol. Toshinori Yagi is in pain. It's a sharp pain chronic. Worse than any phantom pain Toshinori's ever felt in his decades working as a hero. The villain he'd apprehended had, quite literally, slipped through the cracks. Toshinori's stomach had cramped violently as he was tightening the lid on the bottle cap, and the villain had used his stuttered movement to make an escape, swimming away before Toshinori could hand them over to the police. It's a quick villain too. A wave of sludge, always a few paces ahead of Toshinori. Toshinori is all might. He's a symbol of hope, of peace, of justice. He takes in a breath, grits his teeth and clenches his jaw. One for all stretches across his limbs and wraps around his muscles, breathing life back into them. Toshinori feels his body cry out in a constant agony, begging him to take a break. To stop. He doesn't. He clenches his stomach, bracing himself, focusing the Quirk's energy in the muscle of his thighs, and runs ahead, a blur of red, blue, white and yellow, the pavement beneath his feet splintering. The villain is ugly, a mass of putrid green and bile yellow sludge. They look like the perfect sketch of a villain come to life. Toshinori is being unfairly judgmental. Heteromorphs have no control over their appearances, after all, but his judgments ring true for this abomination. And so they follow the reality of their birthright. And so Toshinori will too. Eventually, Toshinori reaches an underpass. The villain has stopped running away, thrashing around wildly in place. Without hesitating, Toshinori ignores his protesting muscles, his biceps and forearms hardening and swelling with power, and unleashes a strong, violent punch that sends sludge flying everywhere, sliding down the tunnel walls and Toshinori's costume. Toshinori is gathering the slime back into the bottle as the villain weakly tries to build itself back into something whole, when he notices an unconscious body slumped on the ground, wet with sludge. A cramping pain in his overused muscles reminds Toshinori of his time limit. Making quick work of apprehending the rest of the villain, Toshinori ensures the lid of the bottle is tightly closed before latching it onto his costume's holster. Satisfied, he steps forward to assess the collapsed victim. A young boy, he presumes, with heavily freckled skin and a young, round face hidden beneath his long, messy hair. Injuries are scattered underneath his tattered uniform, blood lining its collar and bruises blossoming on what's exposed of his collarbones. Dear God! Another jolt of pain warns Toshinori that he has no moment to dawdle. He isn't particularly gentle with the boy as he shakes him awake, paranoid about his decaying, deflating muscles and body. Paranoid about the forgotten person he's soon to be. Wake up, he urges, slapping the student's cheeks. Wake up. It takes a couple of moments for the young boy's eyes to peel open. His body jolts up as a mix of blood, sludge, and other bodily fluids is violently gagged out of him. Toshinori pats his back, suppressing a grimace when the boy coughs out a thick, notable clot of something crimson and wet. The boy groans, wiping his mouth with the back of his sleeve, slowly regaining his composure and sense of awareness. Oh, thank goodness you're okay. All Might cheers, his voice hearty. I must apologize I got wrapped up in. It's fine, the boy cuts him off. His voice is tattered like that of a chain smoker, his syllables short and his pronunciation rough. He grimaces, pushing his damp hair back, and Toshinori's smile stiffens seeing the stark, brutal scars drawn across his face. They look like the evidence left on the bodies of men returning from war. This kid can't be older than Toshinori's stomach clenches. Well then. Oh my God, a cheer? All Might. All Might refrains from puffing out his chest at the awestruck voice. This amazed tone is what he was expecting, as conceited as it sounds. A stunned fan, astounded to know All Might saved him, personally. The boy had probably been too disoriented earlier to process who All Might was. Of course, Toshinori refuses to admit to himself that All Might is not everybody's savior. He'd rather drown in his denial and lie to the reflections of his hero self than admit that there lies a fallibility in the symbol of All Might. All Might will save every life. It is the legacy passed down onto Toshinori, one he will not desecrate. It takes Toshinori a moment to realize that the voice that exclaimed his name was youthful, accented with a mild lisp, and that the boy he saved hadn't opened his mouth. The student nods behind him, and Toshinori turns his to meet the starstruck face of a child with thick black hair and bright, red eyes. Yes, this is the reaction. It's salve to his bruised ego to know he hasn't lost it, a comfort to his reality. Oh my God, the kid continues to exclaim. Oh my God, it's you. In real life. Oh my God. He bows so low his forehead schemes the pavement. Pardon my rudeness. My name is Mikumo Akatani, he introduces himself, lifting his head, eyes wide as saucers. I can't believe I ran into you. Toshinori makes the mistake of glancing at the kid he's saved, who's entirely composed, on his 2 feet. There's something in his gaze that's scrutinizing, making Toshinori feel extra cautious about his movements. He feels like the smallest slip-up will reduce him to rubble beneath those striking green eyes. That the boy is aware of his every action, can read his every thought. It's nerve-wracking. All Might's heart lurches. Well, it's always great to meet a fan. All Might bellows lively. I do need to be getting on my way though, he excuses himself, making haste. It's time to deliver the perpetrator to the authorities. The kid startles, mouth moving in urgency. Toshinori can't hear him over the sound of his heartbeat, one for all pulsating in his blood. He feels bad that he hadn't the time to properly introduce himself to and make a proper memory with the fan, but the steadfast growing intensity of his pain, a blaring signal for what's to come, is something he cannot ignore. Just as he takes off, Toshinori feels an extra weight on his left leg and looks down to see both boys having latched onto him. Akatani looks petrified, the wind pulling at the skin of his eyes and mouth, one hand wrapped around All Might's ankle and the other hugging the green-haired boy tightly. The green-haired boy is holding Akatani to his chest protectively, his grip on All Might's pant leg ironclad. He's a lot more composed, though there's a flush to his cheeks that reminds Toshinori of the sort of expression a thrill-seeker wears on roller coasters. What the Toshinori splutters indignantly. Let go. There is such a thing as too enthusiastic. Are you a effing idiot? The green-haired one yells with enraged indignation. If we drop, we effing die. You want the death of a goddamn kid on your hands? That's aggressive. Please then, Toshinori relents, succumbing, close your eyes and your mouth. As All Might is channeling One for All to alter his trajectory, he feels something warm climb up his throat, his entire body burning hot. He tastes iron. Sheet. Izuku. Izuku isn't particularly enthused when he comes to All Might as his savior. All Might is a righteous hero. A good one with a flashy smile and a powerful quirk. He's kind and confident, and Izuku understands why he's revered as Japan's everyone hero. He represents the symbol of peace and justice well, and embodies hope for so many people of vital position. But before all of that, All Might is human. Beneath the facade, he holds a civilian name, and like how Scarlet Rain is also Emu Hero, a woman who prioritizes herself, even at the cost of others, All Might is also a man, flawed as anyone else. Izuku stopped idolizing heroes the day he lost his mother, and the closest thing he had to a savior was his reflection in a shattered mirror trying to pick up the pieces of what was left of him and her. People shouldn't be idolized, so heroes shouldn't be. Anyone Izuku's ever seen held on such a pedestal has toppled and fallen. Red splatter on the grounds when they'd once known the taste of the clouds. His ideals remain steadfast even as he starts to make sense of his surroundings. He's grateful he survived, he supposes. Drowning was decidedly a very not fun way to go out. But he isn't moved or awed even as All Might stands to his full height. Instead, a little boy with the brightest eyes and most radiant smile catches his attention. There's something hopeful in his expression that Izuku mourns, a past life of his forgotten in his turmoils. A past life where he knew of dreams and aspirations, where he held purpose, and he held worth. All Might is too preoccupied by his thoughts to notice the boy shaking with excitement, entirely unobservant to the kid's bandages and bruises. He has plasters on his face, and he wears his bangs to shield one side of his eyes. He, like Izuku, is deliberate with the unkemptness of his hair, wearing it like armor. The commonality is pitiable. All Might's been on his toes to take off since Izuku regained consciousness, though. He keeps shifting his feet left and right, and there's something rigid about his expression that reads to Izuku like he's in a constant discomfort. He garbles some generic, idealistic hero talk, paying no attention to the kid, and braces himself to take off, his movements and speech hurried. The boy, refusing to let this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity go, leaps forward and latches onto All Might's leg. Izuku, struck with impulse and instinct, dives for the kid at the same moment, digging his fingers into All Might's costume with one arm and clinging onto the kid with the other. He doesn't bother hiding his incredulity when All Might demands they let go. Midair, practically flying 100 kilometers h. Izuku entertains the idea for a moment, though. If the kid wasn't with him, if he'd found himself latching onto All Might, soaring, the ground meters and meters below him, would he have let go? His blood would sing with fear, death thrashing him, its touch on Izuku intimate and violent, as Izuku embraced the free fall. Izuku's life would end in the most gruesome painting, but Izuku would have died chasing the feeling of fear that reminded him of what it meant to be alive. A glorious finale. Izuku's elated to be in the air like this, though. The wind is deafening, his stomach is plunging with anxiety, and Izuku's so aware of how easy it is for his grip to weaken and him to fall. He won't. He's holding Akatani, so his grip remains ironclad, but Izuku cannot help how he wants to squirm with excitement. It's dangerous, and Izuku relishes the feeling. It's not even a minute later that All Might finally lands them on the root of some old building. Akatani's legs are unsteady when they touch the ground, his body, still trembling from fear, so Izuku keeps a steady arm around him to keep him upright. Izuku scans him for any new injuries, satisfied to see that he's mostly fine. Still, in case, Izuku does not let go. All Might, no longer bothering to hide his eagerness and nervousness, starts to spew something or the other about needing to leave urgently, not bothering to spare them a glance as he positions himself on the edge of the roof. "Wait!" Akatani shouts, pulling out of Izuku's grasp. "Wait, please. Sorry, I must. Can someone who's quirkless become a hero?" All Might stills. Izuku's eyes widen. Instantly, the bruises and desperation paint a much more grim image. An age-old question. Izuku's first foreboding. Akatani is no longer someone who reminds Izuku of a past him, he is him. One of Izuku's 1,000 reflections. Still too young to be festering with rotting flesh. Before he lost his home. Before he lost his mother. Before his father. Before he was born. What resilience, to hold on to a burning, despairing dream to keep it from turning to ash. Izuku's palms has been blistered to the bone when the dreams had finally seeped past his fingers. Izuku's gaze falls onto All Might's frozen figure. "You're quirkless?" Akatani nods, lowering his eyes solemnly. He talks about a familiar reality, one of meanness and cruelty. He brightens when he talks about heroism and ideals, about how saving someone is just so cool and awesome. Izuku listens intently, heart-heavy, thinking about the boy's future and the prophetic songs that have been sung to him as lullabies burned into his skin. And if he is one of Izuku's 1,000 reflections. But unlike him, this boy's posture is not defeated. His eyes are still alive. Izuku anticipates All Might's response. To symbolize hope is to be able to promise it and in the same breath take it away. But the hero deflates, telling a foreboding tale of a hero whose victory left him with the aftermaths of loss in a devastating. It is riddled with tragedy and agony, spoken not by a hero, but a gaunt, spineless man. It's pitiable. Let me warn you that during that sunset, beneath a bloody orange sky, there are 4 stories to be told. Izuku's, Akatani's, Toshinori's, and the coming together of them all on that roof. They each will only ever know 2 truths. Izuku does not know who Toshinori Yagi is. He has no memory of a woman with black hair and a beauty mark on her chin. He does not know the despair that sticks to him like the scar of his injury, the burden on the shoulders of this man who holds so much in hands too small. And Izuku does not know who Mikumo Akatani is. He's never held the boy's beautiful, beating heart. He doesn't know of the sickening, sinking helplessness he feels as his idol falls off his podium and dies a most gruesome death. The warm tears in the eyes of a boy who still hugs his dreams so closely to ribs that struggle to protect such a large heart. And they do not know Izuku Midoriya. "So I can't bring myself to tell you, you can do it even without a quirk," All Might finally answers, standing to his full height. Except it isn't. Because All Might is 220 centimeters of glory, and this man looks like a strong gust of wind away from flying away. He continues to drone on about truth. He tells the little kid to be a realist, to dream small. He breaks his heart and says it is for the best. "You're pathetic." All Might stops at the rooftop door, hand on the knob. He tilts his head, about to say something, but Izuku refuses to hear it. Did this man forget who he was? Did his muscles deforming into twigs rid him of his status as a hero? Did he believe this version of himself was absolved of the responsibility that came with being a symbol? Did he believe he was still glorious when he took on the hero form again? "No," Izuku says abruptly, silencing him. "Fuff. No one will find out about this ugly but form of yours, or your injury. Just effing leave." All Might's shoulders rise, a show of defiance like he wants to object, before they give way and he walks off. Izuku reins in his anger, letting it stretch across his fingers to calm his pulse. A sniffle draws his attention. "Akatani." "Hey kid." Izuku walks over to him, keeping a slight distance. "You want to hear something?" Akatani looks up at him. Izuku takes a step closer, waiting to see if he takes a step back. When Akatani doesn't react, he crouches a little to better match his height, and gently brushes his hair behind his ear. Like Izuku expected, his eye is swollen and bruised, nasty shades of purple, yellow and blue. Akatani jerks away, lifting a hand to let his hair fall back in place, when Izuku stops him. "It's fine," Izuku says, tucking his own hair behind his ears to show the extent of his scars. He gestures to his face lazily. "I've seen worse." "What?" Akatani stutters, shocked. "I'm quirkless too," Izuku admits. "People are real assholes, huh? Is that going to happen to me?" "Maybe," Izuku shrugs, making Akatani flinch. "Maybe not though. Just because we're both quirkless doesn't mean we're going to have the same life experiences." Izuku thinks about Akatani's ambitions as he says this. Surely, someone who's still holding on to such a large dream knows a life worth living. "That isn't what I wanted to say, though." "What is it then?" "I think you can be a hero." The sniffling and tears stop. "Huh. I think you can be a hero." But All Might just said. He can, and excuse my language, get fed right in his wound. He's wrong for shutting you down so abruptly, reasonings be mad. He's right though. Akatani's devastation is loud. "It's a status stupid. Everyone at Hisagasi school tells me the same thing." He wipes his eyes furiously. "You don't have to like to me, Onaizen." "I'm not lying," Izuku says, his voice so steady and confident, Akatani's shoulders stiffen. "I think you can be a hero. There are thousands of heroes without flashy quirks like All Might, and they do just fine. But I'm quirkless. I don't have anything." "Yeah, you're right. You don't have anything," Izuku admits, Akatani wincing at his blunt tone. "All that means, though, is that it's not going to be easy. You're going to have to work 10 times as hard as your peers. You'll likely never make it to the top." Akatani shrinks. Izuku's being harsh, his DLVY is awkward. He's only ever honest when he thinks he needs to be, when it'll make him the worst kind of cruel. The worst kind of liar. "So it's impossible," Akatani concludes. "Nothing is impossible," Izuku rebuttals. "Have you not been listening to me, kid? I said it would be hard. Really hard. But you can do it if you've got the guts and ambition. And considering the stunt you pulled earlier, I think you do." Akatani looks up at Izuku. His eyes are glassy and hesitant, but his fists are clenched. Whether he believes Izuku or not is up to him. He's hurting and he's going to hurt. He's putting himself up for a lot of disappointment and rage. He's contemplating the words of a boy, young too, with more scars than skin and haunted eyes. But he's one of the first people to tell him that he can. Mikumo wants to believe him. So badly he wants to believe him. Izuku decides to give a final push. "You want to be a hero, right?" Izuku thinks the kid might have dislocated his shoulders with how rapidly he nods. "Then do it. Start now. Work on your muscles. Study up on heroes who are like you, whose quirks aren't all that useful and often fight quirkless, relying more on strategy and skill than anything else. Hell, study up on villains too. Whatever you can." "What if I fail?" Akatani asks, his voice small. "Then you'll fail," Izuku replies brusquely. "Can you handle that?" Something in Akatani's eyes hardens. "I want to be a hero," is his answer. Izuku's lips quirk in a ghost smile. "And what could have been?" "Then be a hero, kid." Katsuki isn't too sure what happened. He was walking, two no-name faces trailing behind him like obedient puppies, chatting about something or nothing. Katsuki doesn't pay them mind. He never pays any of his lackeys mind. Today, during class, their teacher asked about their futures. Today, Katsuki exclaimed, full of bravado, that he was going to get into Yui. It wasn't a promise, but a declaration to every useless fucker at his no-good, shitter of a school. And while he made his declaration, he remembered a face. One that's become a distant and arduous memory. A face he hadn't seen in nearly 3 years. His memories of it were still so vivid. The young, round face of a boy with bright green eyes and a smile that took up his whole expression. A boy who, had he been there, would have made the same declaration. A ghost who left without a note or a goodbye. Katsuki was reminiscing when a shadow fell behind him, and in a moment, Something dripping and snarling with puss-colored eyes grabbed him. Wet claws sinking into Katsuki as it cackled on about being amorphous, Katsuki's explosions doing nothing as it slithered down his throat and up his nose. His lungs were on fire, his eyes watering and his head exploding with pain as his breath was taken from him. His wrists ached, his palms stung, and he was choking. A fire started, wild and orange and blazing, and a large crowd formed around him as people stared on like what was going on was a scene from their favorite movie. Heroes watched among them, too, useless as Katsuki drowned. Do something, you bestas. Help me, he thinks with desperation. I'm dying. Then, someone runs up, a stranger with familiar hair. The person throws something metal into the villain's eyes, and the villain flinches back, some of the slime pulling away and giving Katsuki a moment to breathe. Katsuki gasps the air, the greediest he's ever been, setting off another stream of explosions closer to the parts of the villain that were solid. His eyes latch onto the person who helped him, meeting freckled cheeks and green eyes. And Katsuki, despite the desperate situation he was in, feels his mind momentarily blank. I know that face. I know you. What the F dash? What the F dash? There's a sudden, fierce gust of wind. Katsuki collapses on the ground, no longer drowning in sludge. Everything hurts, everything burns, and the unknown the known, because Katsuki knows that face falls onto his but, too, scowling at the ground as he wipes the bits of sludge off him. The heroes who'd been standing run over to him. All Might is there, too, apprehending the villain. The heroes congratulate Katsuki for surviving, like he'd won a prize, praising his quirk and offering him internships, while they reprimand Deku for intervening and escalating the situation. Katsuki's too stunned by the entire ordeal to speak. They'd been watching him die. Deku didn't. Deku's here. It's him. I'm not here to listen to you fuckers lecture me, he snarls, cutting them off. It doesn't sound like the Deku Katsuki remembers. His voice is rough, deeper, underused. Deku was shy, bubbly and quiet but a motor mouth, nonetheless. There was always something in his voice that was light hopeful. This person is bordering on monotonous like the life's been taken away from his voice. Especially not after you all stood by as someone was being FNG killed. None of us had suitable quirks, death arm starts. Deku cuts him off harshly. Yeah, well, I don't have a DM in quirk, and yet I could easily deduce that the thing's eyes and teeth weren't amorphous, and threw something at it. Kamui Wood's quirk is suitable. He could have easily poked the villain's eyes and blinded them, even gouged out the eyes if it came down to it. It would have released the person fast enough for anyone to grab and save him. Then you could have contemplated a way to detain the villain safely without the dying hostage. Holy shit. It's Deku. Flesh and skin. The concise and curt explanation is spoken in a way that leaves no room for argument, some of the heroes looking off shamefully for not having come to the same conclusions. The pros are rendered speechless long enough for Deku to get up and walk away. Katsuki, confused and in pain, desperately shoves past everyone to reach him, growling at the reporters eager to interview the kid who nearly bit the dust as everyone watched. Deku, he calls out. The person doesn't move, doesn't flinch. Deku, he tries again, more aggressively. Still, no reaction. The person turns the corner, out of Katsuki's line of vision, and when he rounds it, Deku is gone, leaving an empty walkway. That was Deku. He knows it. It has to be. And Katsuki lost him. He's gone, without a trace. Deku. That was Deku. Right? Toshinori. Peace symbol, peace symbol, peace symbol. When Toshinori manages to flee from the press, the green-haired boy is no longer there. Toshinori feels his heart drop to his stomach. He's lost something. He isn't sure what, he isn't sure who. All he is sure of is that he didn't get to meet the green-haired boy. But he's lost something. He knows it. Izuku. That was amazing. Akatani praises as they walk back to his home. Izuku insisted he drop him off, lest the kid gets lost or injures himself confronted by any mean kids loitering by his place, eager to beat him to slide their egos. Izuku hadn't intended to intervene when the sludge villain struck, again. But then he saw Katsuki, the boy looking uncharacteristically desperate, and remembering how it felt being choked and drowned, ran, telling Akatani to wait in the crowd. "Thanks, kid." They reach his place in a short PRD of time, the house only a few blocks from the attack. Akatani talks Izuku's ear off, telling him about how he's definitely going to be a hero now. That, if Izuku can run into a villain and not die, so can he. He's so happy, so proud. Izuku gives himself a moment to pretend he is a kid, too. For a moment, he is 9, and Hisashi's left, but it's alright because Hisashi was mean, and it's his birthday. For a moment, he is 9, blowing out the candles on the cake his mum made, the first thing she's committed to baking since Izuku turned. For a moment, he is 9, telling her he wants to be a hero and beaming when she smiles and tells him he can. She doesn't mean it, talking only to talk and keep Izuku, for that day, happy. Still, it is a good memory. She loved him enough. "We're here." Akatani looks sad to leave Izuku's side. He eyes him hesitantly, as if daring to ask a question. "What's up? Are you going to be a hero too?" It's soft-spoken and nervous. Izuku's been associated with the word hero a little too much this week. A younger him would have been elated. But he is not 9 anymore. He shakes his head. "I don't think heroism is for me." The kid slumps dejectedly, but Izuku doesn't have any more to say. It's the truth. Izuku can't be a hero. Not because he's quirkless after meeting Akatani. Izuku knows he is destined for greatness, quirklessness not a crutch, but the simple truth of him, but because he's broken. He's vile and weak and dangerous. A monster. That's fine. Akatani sticks his chin up. "I'll be a hero for the both of us, then." Izuku ruffles his head, a mop of coal-colored curls. "You keep that promise for me, kid?" "Izuku." Izuku drags his feet as he makes his way to the Yui building, slouched and lax. Though he's been around the perimeters before, nothing cures boredom like trying to figure out a way to infiltrate one of Japan's most secure institutions. He's never managed to get inside, always a little too close to tripping a wire or triggering an alarm for comfort. He taps his fingers against his thigh to the low, rhythmic thrum of the music playing through his wired earbuds. Unlike many of the students walking alongside him, Izuku isn't nervous. The general education's entrance exam was composed of 3 tests, divided categorically: heroics regarding ethics, laws, and an understanding of the working institution's general knowledge, essay. The essay was the most interesting aspect of the exam, in Izuku's opinion, as it was intended to be a way to discern a student's personality, and the response to the prompt was entirely subjective, a way to ensure that the students Yui cultivated were of reputable enough character, though Izuku maintained that it was a flawed assessment. People could lie on paper, will lie if they have to. It's easy to wear a facade of smiles and strength in pursuit of one's goals, even if, when unveiled, the person was actually nothing more than a vindictive, awful cheat. If Izuku was a smart boy with an iron will, he'd be leaving after completing those tests. As it is, though, he isn't. Izuku is a jaded, inept, goddamn moron with nothing going for him but an inevitable death waiting for him at the end of one of his stunts gone wrong. He'd made a mistake. Kenji dreadful, stupid as hell mistake. He'd mentioned applying to Yui in front of Akatani. In the last few months, Izuku has grown exceptionally fond of the kid. Akatani reminded Izuku of the younger him. The little boy who knew what it meant to dream, believing he could make it, no matter what life threw at him. Delusional. Akatani is juvenile, lively and sweet, and Izuku feels like he's hugging a smaller son when Akatani is around. Akatani's mothers are 3 lovely, tender women who pass no judgment Izuku's way when they greet him with doting smiles and open arms, offering Izuku a moment of solace in their cozy apartment in a nice neighborhood where Izuku doesn't have to worry about waking up to the sound of a drive-by shooting at 3 in the morning. It's no wonder Izuku saw a potential in Akatani that he no longer has in himself. Basically, Izuku becomes stupidly indulgent of the boy, and so he told him about his plans to apply to Yui's general education course as his first high school choice. What he'd forgotten to consider, however, when doing this, is that Akatani is also a FING brat. Izuku's application to the heroics course exam is proof of that. Eyes breezing over the students, Izuku can immediately tell which of them are hero course applicants. They have a different air to them, showcasing a nervousness scaling greater than what's reserved for someone taking a few written tests. Izuku studied the previous entrance exams. Yui manages to outdo their previous exams every year, and unlike the Gen Ed exams, what ultimately determines who is accepted into the hero course is whoever scores the most points in the practical. There is always some sort of trick or twist to the point scoring system, something implemented to obstruct foresight or foreshadowing. Yui was a school intended to pave the way for heroism. Being a hero was a career chock full of dead ends, secret passageways, plot twists and anomalies. It wasn't predictable, so Yui couldn't be either. Still, life is full of patterns, no matter how subtle or underlying. Izuku noticed that each practical came with some big, flashy, dangerous aspect intended to startle or panic the students, and that the ability to garner points was more favorable for quirks suited for combat and demolition. Quirks like his. Izuku is hit with the nauseating, ghost scent of nitroglycerin and burnt sugar at the reminder. He clenches his fist. Just because he's certain Bakugo will show, does not mean they'll run into each other. Besides, sludge villain attack aside, it's been 3 years. Izuku takes in a deep breath, relaxing his fingers, the smell replaced by the familiar sharpness of January's cold air. Considering Izuku's disadvantage, he'd filed out the forms that allotted participants support items, and was approved a week before the exam to be equipped with toe-steeled shoes he'd customized so that they did not weigh down his ability to jump, and a rusty, large switchblade he'd reinforced with metal scraps he'd found in beach junkyards, his roommate's quirk, and a warm candlelight. It isn't much, but Izuku's confident with his skill set that it'll be enough. Izuku raises the volume of the music when the sound of the distant chatter gets louder as he nears the gates, slipping the blade out of his pocket and holding it between his fingers. He flicks it open and closed, letting it dance in his hands with a practiced finesse. He stares at the shiny, sharpened edge of the blade, enchanted by the way it glints, and lets it clip the edge of his finger, the sting like a soothe. Noting that he has 30 minutes to the exam time, Izuku slips the weapon back into his pocket and picks up his pace. The people around him are different shades of excited, entirely focused on themselves, animated. Izuku wonders what it feels like to be that spirited. He's about as lively as a cadaver most of the time. He doesn't thrive, not like the people around him. For a moment, he considers tailing it, telling Akitani that his nerves got the better of him. Sure, Yui's general education course is the best option for him, but Izuku doesn't need Yui. He managed to get by in Genjutsu, and it's not like there's much hope for his future, considering his background. He has no qualms continuing to make his living as he does, legality med. White Hourglass. Earlier that week. So that you're going to apply for the hero course, right? For me? Akitani asks, looking up at Izuku with wide eyes. He's been doing this every time he's seen Izuku the last week. Izuku regrets telling him about his plans on trying for Yui's Gen Ed course. Is he going to have to keep rejecting Akitani until after the date has passed? Or avoid him for the 3 weeks? He doesn't want to do that. We already talked about this bugger numerous times. I know, but I've finally thought of a compromise, Akitani argues. A real one, he promises, cutting off Izuku's retort about his last comprise having been his getting a haircut, something his mothers have asked Izuku to try and convince Akitani of since he'd refused them numerous times. Izuku sighs but gives him the floor. Akitani smiles. Okay, he pitches, so, how about you apply but not enroll? Izuku PPS an eyebrow. What would the point of me applying to be then? For my sake, he explains. You don't have to accept an enrollment, but if you could just just show me that it's possible for people like us to get in. Akitani lowers his eyes. I know it's a little stupid, but I think you're really cool and capable. I'll feel more confident. And if I don't get in? You'll definitely get into Yui, Akitani argues, rolling his eyes. You're smart, duh? No, kid. If I don't get offered to be a student for the hero course, then I'll have to be the first quirkless student to make it into the hero course, he answers haughtily. It's not a second later that he drops the demeanor and hesitantly continues, still, you'd have made an attempt. Izuku understands without Akatani having to voice it out loud. It'd not only be a confident boost, but a comfort. Proof that they can try. The idea of people who've been denied opportunities by having them revoked before they could even read the contracts, granted the privilege of being able to try and it being taken into consideration. Besides, Akatani grins toothily, stating, "Either way, I get to tell people that you go to Yui. I can brag that you didn't even need the hero course." Akatani puffs out his chest, "My Aniki, a Yui student." His Aniki. Izuku's bitter, world-weary heart softens a few shades whenever Akatani addresses him that way. It's sweet and familial. Makes Izuku feel like he has a little brother to protect. His sweet little brother. He precious, dumbass child I met by chance. Goddamn it. Fine, you brat, Izuku relents. If you're okay with me declining enrollment if I happen to get in, I'll apply. Akatani's blinding smile is worth the inevitable regret. White hourglass. Izuku refrains from cussing his past self out. He feels his impending despair tenfold when he miraculously trips on air. This close, concrete looks like concrete, and Izuku braces himself as he faceplants, forgetting to cushion himself using his arms. God, does concrete look soft as clouds on rooftops, where Izuku is too high up to see any of the cracks in the ridges and gravel. It looks like a pillow, tricks Izuku into thinking he wouldn't break his neck and shatter his skull on impact. Izuku groans, rolling onto his back, his nose throbbing and tasting blood on his upper lip. A few students offer him concerned glances, but no one goes out of their way to help him, too worried about their exams. To think that these anxiety-ridden kids too caught up in themselves to help the idiot who fell onto the FING pavement are going to be Japan's future pro-heroes. This is FING embarrassing. As Izuku wallows in his shame, he hears someone swear, and a rush of footsteps heading his way. Holy dude. A boy sticks his hand out, the familiar pattern of Lichtenberg scars dancing across his arm and into his sleeve. You absolutely ate shit. Izuku squints up at the face. It's boyish, sun-kissed tan skin and a smattering of freckles across a button nose. He's a little cute, with wavy, dark blonde hair accented with a thick black streak and a few raccoon highlights. The boy's eyes are a vivid shade of gold, spotted with a yellow so bright it looked neon, reflecting the glare of the sun. Izuku hesitates for a moment, before taking the outstretched hand, feeling a small jolt of electricity. The boy helps him up with his slender muscles and wry smile. "You're bleeding, my guy," he points out with a wince. Izuku carelessly uses the back of his hand to smear away the blood, holding the fabric of his long-sleeved hoodie against his nose to keep the bleeding at bay. The blonde gapes at him. Weird. Izuku ignores the weird reaction, expressing his gratitude and gathering what fell out of his hands. He tucks the items into the pocket that doesn't hold his switchblade, leaving himself at the mercy of the cacophony that surrounds him as he walks away. The boy snaps out of his trance, jogging to catch up to him. "I'm Kaminari, by the way. Denki Kaminari." Izuku Midoriya, Izuku introduces curtly. "Are you applying to the hero course, Midoriya?" Izuku spares him a perplexed look. Why is this boy willingly engaging with him? Izuku isn't under the impression that he's being intimidated or tricked. The realization hits him a moment later. But he doesn't know I'm quirkless. "I'm taking the exam," he answers. "I'm just not enrolling." "Cool. I am too," Kaminari exclaims excitedly. "I'm super nervous for this part of the test, though. The writing portion. Academics aren't my strong suit, especially not anything STEAM. I'm pretty good at literature and language, but that means F all if I can't write out my thoughts articulately. Which, is low-key hard when you got a quirk that dead but fries your brain cells." It's a dark joke, but Izuku can respect off-putting humor. After all, he's been told he's rather off-putting too. "You have an electric quirk, emitter," Izuku concludes, voice so feeble Kaminari leans in to hear him. Izuku drops his arm, relieved to find the bleeding has stopped. He raises his tone ever so slightly. "I take it the output is what FS with your brain cells?" Kaminari momentarily freezes, gobsmacked again, before barking out a sharp, surprised laugh. Yeah, you're right on, dude. And that's kinda insane. How did you figure that out? He doesn't give Izuku a moment to answer, continuing, whenever I release too much electricity, I wind up, like, dead. Not too sure that's a word. Whatever, doesn't matter. Basically, my quirk is powerful as F-, right? So I'm actually not that worried about the practical. Standardized tests that grade my intelligence, though? Those cook me. Drawbacks and all. Izuku shrugs. You'll do whatever. Kaminari stares at him for a few silent seconds. Is this a quirk of his? He seems to be doing it a lot before laughing again. You know, I like you, Midoriya. You're an interesting dude. Izuku doesn't get to question what he means. What exactly about Izuku is interesting, and what the hell is it that he could have possibly liked about Izuku in their less than 5-minute talk? Izuku is not someone to be liked, as their conversation is interrupted by a staff worker waiting patiently at the start of the entrance. Please state your name. A lady in a pencil skirt with blush-colored skin and 3 eyes framed by peculiar glasses says, and I'll direct you to your specified venue. Much to Kaminari's visible disappointment and Izuku's ever-indifference, they're assigned different venues. At venue 9, Kaminari wishes him luck and turns left while Izuku turns right, walking down the hall and through the largest door he's ever come across, the number 4, painted boldly at the top. The classroom is also the largest he's ever seen, even larger than the auditorium at Genjitsu. At the front of the room is a burly man covered in yellow-orange hair with a dog's face, pointed snout and protruding canines. Izuku runs his tongue over his teeth, feeling his own artificial fangs poke his tongue. He'd gotten them filed by a crook doctor he's gotten acquainted with early on in his time on the streets for his protection. Sometimes, when the people Izuku fought would pin his arms behind his back and break his legs, all Izuku had left for a weapon were his teeth. He needed to make sure they'd remember what it would feel like to have Izuku rip into their flesh. He wanted them to scream. Hello, pro-hero. Hound dog greets him. Most of the desk have students sitting by them. Izuku, one of the last stragglers left. What is your name? Izuku Midoriya. Hound dog scans his tablet, nodding to the left of the classroom. Izuku Midoriya, seat at row 10, aisle. Please remove all personal items off your person and place them in the cubbyhole labeled with your name. He gestures behind him, before returning to his tablet. We have a list of items that would have set off our sensors at the door. You will also have to pass through a handheld sensor before heading to your seat. Doing as asked, Izuku reluctantly strips himself of the little he has on him, feeling his hands break into a cold sweat when it comes to his knife. He tries to shake off the amplified feeling of panic and danger that looms over him, hunching his shoulders to his ears. He feels naked. Izuku hasn't been without some sort of weapon on him since he became homeless. Weapons that proved valuable, protecting him from bullies and muggers and assholes who enjoy playing games like, who can break the most of Izuku's bones? Izuku is vulnerable now. If they attack when they attack, it'll be merciless. Izuku may carry himself like a monster now, with fangs, claws, and a predatory snarl, but he is still quirkless, still only one person. They'll rip him apart until he's screaming, pleading, begging for them to stop. Despite his menacing appearance, Hound Dog deliberately makes himself smaller when he approaches Izuku. His movements are controlled, obvious, and unintimidating, to keep Izuku from feeling threatened when he runs the metal scanner over him. It's manipulative for the better. Still, to Izuku, it reads as dangerous. Hound Dog is someone who can get people to open up to him. If he needed to, if he wanted to, he could use that to his advantage. Very well. Hound Dog smiles, stretching his muzzle, fur over his upper lip and with too many teeth. It's a nice smile. Please take your seat and do not touch your paper until the alarm has sounded. We'll begin shortly. People's eyes trail after Izuku as he walks down the aisle, stares full of judgment. He keeps his head bowed, hair shielding his face, eyes on his clunky sneakers. Izuku can hear what the applicants whisper to their desk mates, catching on passing words. Whoa, he's daunting. Christ, did he just roll out of bed? His hair is so long. Are they maybe a girl? He kinda looks cool. When Izuku slumps into his seat, many students turn their heads, still full of intrigue. The chorus of whispers grows louder when Izuku ties his bangs out of his eyes in a half-style updo. To his left, a lanky boy with lavender hair lingers his eyes on Izuku before turning his head. There are scars on his face too, silver and white indents stretching from ear to ear, across his nose and over his cheeks in a gentle triangle. "All right." Hound Dog's voice echoes in the large room, bouncing off the walls. "The test will begin in 1 minute. Remember, cameras are monitoring you. I have the right to kick you out and prevent you from continuing or passing this exam if I catch you violating the rules or cheating. There are a total of 3 sections to this test. Each section should take no more than an hour of your time. You will not be allowed to revisit sections once the hour is over. The end of the test, you will not leave until I have collected every sheet. Should, at any point in the test, you have a question, there are sensors on the side of your desk. Tap the sensor and type in your question. My tablet permits me to answer you back. All candidates have the right to withdraw and leave at any time, but no, it is an automatic fail. There will be a short, 5-minute break in between each section. Talking amongst your peers is forbidden during that time." An alarm sounds and Hound Dog smiles again. "Remember, kids, it's plus ultra." Essay prompt: Morality. Is there such a difference between good and evil? I.e., Hitoshi. Wow, a voice drawls. Do you really think a villain like you has any chance of making it here? Hitoshi's loitering by the door, biding his time. The general education test is over, but there's still 40 minutes to the hero course practical, and the assembly room is only a short, 10-minute walk according to Hound Dog. Hitoshi intended to use the time to gather himself, slow his breathing and relax his muscles. Alas, when has life ever given kids like Hitoshi a break? Miraculously, among the thousands of applicants, Hitoshi so happens to run into an old classmate from his first middle school. He doesn't recognize the bully's face all that well, but the distinct deaf accent is uncomfortably familiar. He was one of the first boys in Hitoshi's grade to try and speak to him, his being hard of hearing giving him the courage. Hitoshi never responded. He knew the pattern. If he did, they'd run away and call an authority figure, and Hitoshi would get into trouble for trying to manipulate them with his villainous qualities and quirk. They'd make the claim Hitoshi intended to hurt them, that hearing Hitoshi's voice was proof he was up to no good. It didn't matter that most of them didn't even know his first name. If they swore Hitoshi intended to hurt them, who was to argue they were wrong? His ex-classmate is an ugly kid, someone who's difficult to stare at or be around, with smelly, pus-dripping and permanently rotten ears. Hitoshi remembers overhearing that they're the result of an unfortunate drawback of the boy's quirk. The boy had been in an accident, a victim of a reckless robbery gone wrong, and had been fatally injured on either side of his face. His quirk manifested, activating before his ears could sever off, preserving them but preventing any healing at the same time. It came as no surprise as to why the boy overcompensated by being especially egregious to Hitoshi. Hitoshi's empathy has its limits, though, and doesn't care to hug those who hurt him. Clenching the fabric of his long sleeve, Hitoshi sidesteps the boy, deciding to walk to the assembly room for those participating in the heroics exam earlier than intended. Alas, again, when the F, has life ever given kids like Hitoshi a goddamn break? Where the F do you think you're going? Hitoshi clicks his tongue, glaring at the a-hole. He's contemplating if it's worth speaking up and having the boy undoubtedly tattle on him. He wonders if he'll be able to speak up at all, regardless of if he wants to. His thoughts must be written on his face because the boy falters, losing some of his bravado. Before he can try to say anything though, someone comes up behind Hitoshi and takes his wrist, not letting go even when Hitoshi flinches hard. He's being dragged away from the bully, a part of him relieved and the other worried that he's escaping one awful scenario for another. Hey, the boy starts. F off, puss ears. The person who grabbed Hitoshi cuts in. His voice isn't particularly loud, but it is intense, cold, and sharp. The bully freezes, and when Hitoshi and his potential savior make the turn at the end of the hall, it isn't to the sound of footsteps chasing them. Hitoshi finally looks up, surprised to find the boy who'd been sat next to him during the test haggard, with brutal scars and glinting piercings. If Hitoshi came across him in passing, he would have assumed he was a criminal with a low profile. Without saying anything, the boy drops Hitoshi's hand, nodding at him once before turning on his heel to walk away. Thanks, Hitoshi stutters, forcing out the words. It's whatever, the boy shrugs without turning around, continuing to walk away. Weird. Izuku. Welcome one and all to my live show. Everybody say hi. The audience is silent. Izuku suppresses a grimace. Voice hero present Mike, otherwise Hisashi Yamada, doesn't have a lick of shame. Instead of blushing, he mumbles, I'll get them one day, his mustache twitching. Izuku silently disagrees. He maintains a neutral expression, listening attentively as present Mike explains the exam. His eyes roam the room, and though he doesn't see him, Izuku's sure, amidst the sea of students both nervous and eager for what's to come, a head of ash-blonde hair waits among them. The realization that they're stuck together in the same room, even if they're not alone, is enough to make the hairs on Izuku's neck stand on edge. The hand of a boy a few seats from Izuku shoots up. Excuse me, may I ask a question? The boy is very square, looking. His posture is rigid, his eyebrows set in a strict line, his voice artificially antediluvian like he's trying to speak as though he is older than he is. Everything about him is stiff, and when he complains about a portion of the exam present Mike had yet to address, ranting about the lack of professionalism of Yui, Izuku decides it's fitting. Frowning, he thinks, maybe if you sat down and let him finish effing talking, he would have explained. And you, he exclaims, turning around. It takes Izuku a second to realize it's him that this square boy is pointing to. Izuku's confused. They don't know each other, so surely this boy has no reason to be singling him out. Izuku knows he'd remember if someone this rigid had attended his middle school or elementary school, so it isn't that this boy isn't aware he's quirkless, either. Though there is something a little familiar about his appearance, like Izuku's come across him on TV. Izuku has far from a perfect memory, though. He isn't above lodging his knife into this asshat's arm if he does point out his quirklessness and people start treating him like the exam's fifth target. How dare you show up to such a prestigious school looking so unkempt? And are you trying to distract the other students with your incessant tapping? If you think Yui is some pleasure jaunt, then leave this place at once. Oh. Izuku hadn't realized he'd been habitually tapping against the metal rim of his armrest. He stops, folding his arms across each other, but doesn't respond despite the applicant clearly expecting him to. The attention in the room is all fixed on him, annoyingly, and Izuku slouches instinctively. Okay, present Mike says, directing the focus of the room back onto him. Thank you for the segue, much appreciated, examinee number 7111. He goes on to explain the 0-pointers, and asshat examinee number 7111 looks away from Izuku with his shoulders hiked. Izuku ignores him and pays attention to what's being said. 0-pointers are large, destructive, and serve no purpose in being destroyed. Taking them down is frivolous, and applicants should avoid them and run away. The warning goes into one ear and comes out the other. That'd be one hell of a robot to take down. Perhaps this exam will be worth some merit after all. The faux city is larger than Izuku's neighborhood, riddled with tall buildings clustered together and long, wide roads running through them. If Izuku didn't know any better, he'd think it was a real city neighborhood at the heart of Tokyo. What opulence! Izuku is one of the last students to barricade through when the alarm sounds. He keeps his head down, walking at a pace that is downright lethargic. The surrounding applicants are in a frenzy, picking off robots as they rack up points in their desperation to be a part of the 36 students accepted into the hero course. Izuku, with no such ambitions, pays more attention to the plethora of quirks being used around him. He tries to remember all his minute observations, figure out ways he could pick apart these quirks so that each student would be as disadvantaged as he is. It's a depraved sort of need to know that at the end of it, death comes for everyone, so surely everyone can succumb to it, to anything, even to Izuku, if he knew which buttons to press and tendons to slice off. Izuku sees someone with a long face and stringy hair shoot past him, swinging around from the tape of their elbows like the old comic heroes Izuku's read about. Another person with a large monkey tail dressed in a traditional G slams the end of his tail against a one-pointer, knocking it into the ground. An extremely large person with a lower face mask and 8 arms rips a 3-pointer from the shoulder with ease. The sound of destruction intermingles with the shouts of students, yelling out numbers. 12. 15. 9. 21. Izuku slips into an alleyway, knife twirling between his fingers. With only 35 minutes left, he'd yet to touch a single robot, and his promise with Akatani to at least try is screaming at him to kick into gear. Tensing and untensing his muscles, Izuku taps his shoes against the concrete, the steel making a distinct, clicking noise, and as he's about to walk back onto the main street, catches a 3-pointer at the exit of the alleyway. Izuku's expression is all teeth when he takes off in a sprint, stopping in front of the robot. He locks eyes with it, hearing the robot state, tonelessly, "Target locked," as it heads in Izuku's direction. Izuku runs ahead in a zigzag, exerting his muscles. The robot is fast, but he is faster, always a few paces ahead of whoever or whatever, in this case, is chasing him. He can't afford not to be. Finding the opportunity, Izuku slows down, just enough for the robot to catch up to him, ducking as a metal arm swings at his head, and kicking upwards, shakily landing on the limb. He shoves his fingers between the grooves of 2 connecting parts as the robot reels backwards, holding on even as his fingers are pinched. He careens himself upright, and swivels over the side and around to latch himself on the robot's back, using his free hand to stab the robot at the center, and using his weight to drag the blade all the way to the ground, both hands on its hilt as he slides to the floors. The robot is made of a soft metal, thankfully, and Izuku does not struggle, slicing into the metal like a hot knife slices into butter. The robot sparks and starts to spasm, the smell of burnt electricity potent. It squirms, but Izuku refuses to let go, sinking his blade in as deeply as possible, his feet barely grazing the floor. A violent jolt throws him off, the knife harshly pulled out along with a cluster of wires, and Izuku stumbles but remains on his feet, meters away. The robot shuts down within seconds, folding in on itself until it's no more than a heap of useless metal taking up space on the street. Izuku walks over to it, kicking the head twice to be sure it won't come to again, before he starts to tear into its parts. He yanks off the limbs, cutting into more wires, making use of what he's read upon on mechanics and the practical skills that he's honed playing repairman when living with his mother, fixing up his new house after becoming homeless, and making his own gear from scraps in the name of being broke. It doesn't take him long to figure out that the robot's primary functions reside in the wiring behind its glass eyes, which would explain why the robot could still flail as Izuku tore down its spine. With only 25 minutes to spare, he has no time to wait for the 5 minutes for the robots to override itself and be incapacitated if he were to pull the same method again. So go for the eye then? With that in mind, Izuku rips off the lower fabric of his hoodie with his blade, bandaging it around his fist like a boxer's wrap. He locates a 2-pointer, wasting no time using his parkour skills to climb up so he's facing 2 distinct red eyes, switchblade clenched between his teeth. He punches into the glass, fingers gripping the borders of the hole, and takes the knife to its wires, kicking off. The robot immediately shuts down. Grinning in satisfaction, Izuku wastes no time finding other robots. He's taken down a total of 12 points worth of robots when the ground violently starts to quake. Izuku's body trembles with it, debris flying off the building and cracks spiderwebbing up its sides. Izuku stares up at where the shaking is the most violent, and narrowly dodges a flying piece of concrete barreling at him from a structure that's been destroyed. A new robot casts an enormous shadow across the city, standing taller than any of the skyscrapers. Every footstep splinters the ground beneath it, buildings reduced to rubble as it barrels through the arena. The zero-pointer. Students run away from it, terrified. Izuku feels his heartbeat rise and rise at the thought of going through with his initial idea of taking it down. It's reckless, serves him no purpose, and will undoubtedly leave him concerningly injured. But it looks fun. Izuku feels a little twisted, imagining how loudly his blood will start pumping and how the fear will near petrify him. All he'll need to do is climb up to its eyes. 6 pretty red eyes. Amidst his contemplation, Izuku catches, from the corner of his eye, someone buried under a large slab of concrete. It's the cute, boyish blonde from earlier. Denki Kaminari. His decision comes easy to him. There isn't the lick of hesitancy to Izuku's actions. His contemplation like a mirage, a facade of sanity. Kaminari is seizing. He realizes his drawback, was it? Immobilized, and it makes the facade feels like a mockery of heroism as Izuku steps up. From the looks of it, Kaminari is not coming to his senses anytime soon. His pupils so dilated Izuku's confident he's effectively blind to everything happening around him. Izuku grins, splits his face in half, and shoots forward. The ground still vibrates, but Izuku's steady, dodging rubble, plaster and broken cement with ease. The zero-pointer, unlike the villain robots, does not fixate on him, continuing on a one-way destructive path without any sense of its surroundings. Izuku plants his feet on the ground firmly, and with every bit of strength he has left, jumps. The robot doesn't so much as stutter despite the knife wedged in its leg, or the kid swinging from its grip. Izuku uses the momentum to continue to hike upwards, climbing up and up, constantly under the threat of falling off and becoming concrete splatter, until he's at the robot's elbow. When he realizes how close the robot is to reaching Kaminari, Izuku abandons the action of climbing and throws himself onto his feet, landing square on the robot's arm. He runs up it and jumps, stabbing the blade into the robot's neck, fingers wedged between the space between the robot's head and body before he can be thrown off. He must be closer to the sensitive wirings because the robot falters for a moment when he pulls out the knife to embed it somewhere closer to the head, sitting on the robot's shoulders. Izuku carves out 2 spaces on the side of the robot's head, and again, the knife between his teeth, carefully stands upright on his 2 feet, making use of the makeshift handholds for grip and balance. With a bated breath, Izuku kicks off and flips onto the robot's head, the jagged metal cutting into the palm of the hand not wrapped in fabric. He falls to his knees with a heavy slam, abandoning the handholds for the lipped edge of the robot's head instead. A single misstep would send Izuku to his grave, and the realization makes his stomach lurch butterflies. Izuku's flushed, drunk on adrenaline. Not wasting time, he makes sure he has a firm grip on that slightly raised border around the head and drops off the edge, his fingers digging into the metal so hard he swears he's leaving indents. He braces himself, and lets go with his right arm, the one wrapped in fabric. He takes the blade from his teeth, reels his arm back, and punches through the upper right eye, shoulder deep into the robot's skull, as he haphazardly cuts the wires, pieces of glass slicing through the fabric of his clothes and skin. He kicks into one of the lower eyes when he feels his grip weakening to lessen the struggle on his arms, now with a foothold as he pulls back and punches a second eye. Izuku breathes over the sounds of sparking and sizzling wires. He can hear how elated he sounds, feeling an incredulous laugh bubble out of his throat, full-bellied. He yells as he repeats the actions on a 3rd and 4th eye, kicking into a 6th one for a second foothold so it's almost as though he's standing. The robot's head starts to spin, as though desperate to swat Izuku off it, like he's a pesky fly. Izuku doesn't let go even as his arms start to shake from the exertion, one bent at the elbow through where one of the robot's eyes had been and the other holding on in an iron grip on its head. It takes a few seconds that feel like eons, and no time at all for the robot to finally freeze, completely still as it shuts down, though unlike the smaller robots, it does not collapse. It's a lot easier for Izuku to climb down without it moving, his breaths heavy and exhausted as his feet finally find the ground. That was FNG incredible. With what little strength Izuku has left, he stumbles over to Kaminari, meters away from where the robot is. He's still under the concrete, so Izuku pushes it off him, struggling. Kaminari is more conscious, Izuku realizes, pupils no longer so dilated, and together they're able to free him. The blonde ems when he tries to pull himself up. What happened? Looking closely, it seems he's twisted his leg. Izuku offers Kaminari a hand like Kaminari did him that morning, a weird premise of déjà vu. He feels like a mimic and fraud of Kaminari's kindness. A hero of false attributes. Kaminari blinks up at him 1.2.3 before attempting a smile through his pain and taking the hand. Izuku does his best to keep his legs from giving out, walking them over to the other applicants. Time's up, the speaker blares. Here, an unfamiliar voice says, "Have him grab onto me." Izuku turns his head to face a boy with bright red hair who's walking over to them. He looks worse for wear, prominent purple bruises covering every inch of his toned forearms. Not that Izuku has any room to say anything. His left hand is still bleeding, and he's sure he's sporting a few new bruises and cuts too. There's still glass on his clothes, his vision is full of spots, and his hair. Izuku doesn't want to think about it. "I'll help," the boy explains at Izuku's apprehension. "You look like you need it." Hesitantly, Izuku hands over Kaminari. "That was insane, by the way." Redhead grins, a mouthful of shark teeth. Manly as. Izuku passes out. Circled plus circled plus circled plus. Chio frowns at the huddle of teenagers in her infirmary. Day by day, these heroes to be grow more and more reckless. Frankly, she should have a conversation with Toshinori, drag him by his ear and force him to hold a conference stressing the importance of safety. Not that the buffoon would listen. If anything, Chio should drag him by the ear and force him to listen to her about the importance of safety. Knows there is a burden to being a symbol, but Toshinori cannot only be an example of righteousness and justice. Is he going to be okay? Examinee Denki Kaminari asks, pointing to his green-haired peer, Izuku Midoriya, who is knocked out on the cot. The blonde wasn't faring well himself, suffering from a mild concussion, a serious ankle fracture, and, from what Chio can hypothesize, is the after-effects of a seizure. "He'll be fine, dear," she promises. He mostly passed out from the exhaustion. Rattling around clinging to those robots would do that to anyone, especially coupled with his injuries. My Quirk requires energy to heal wounds, too, so he's extra drained. He should wake up soon without issue. Later on, Chio will gloss over the exam footage and wonder miraculously how it was the boy remained as unscathed as he did. One slip-up and, instead of bleeding arms and fingers, Izuku Midoriya would have had split his skull open. "Are you sure?" Kaminari fumbles with his hands. The zero-pointer was, like, huge. And he took it down. Chio's eyes widen. Yes, later on, she'll thank Buddha that the boy wasn't swatted away like a pesky bug. Oh my! She looks over Midoriya, asleep and healed. But really, there's no need to worry. If it makes you feel better, you can wait for him to wake up. Kaminari nods, some of the tension in his posture easing. If that's okay. I just want to make sure he's fine, you know. Since he saved me and everything. Chio smiles, the sort of old person smile she's told feels like a warm hug. What a sweet young boy you are. Denki paces, waiting not so very patiently for Midoriya to wake up, anxiety worsening by the second. Though Recovery Girl swore he was okay, and Denki should be inclined to believe her, with her being the professional and all, he can't help his worry. Kirishima, the boy who'd helped carry him and Midoriya to the infirmary, had described to Denki in impressive detail about what took place while he was unresponsive. From what Denki gathered, amidst the dudes, and manlies, and sick as hells, Midoriya had taken down a robot taller than a goddamn skyscraper with his big butt switchblade, parkour skills from a seventh dimension, and a sheet ton of sheer Fangi will. Seeing the size of Zero Pointer had Denki wondering if Yui was secretly out for blood, and Denki's a little disappointed that the most he can make out of his memory is a hazy scene of a bloodied Midoriya jumping off its limbs after it shut down, landing safely on his feet like a cat. What a fing hero. Like, sure, quirks gave people insane abilities, but sheet, people are still people at the end of the day. Denki's a perfect example that just because someone has a powerful quirk does not mean they were infallible, destined to be people made for glory. The sound of someone groaning startles Denki out of his thoughts, and he whips his head to the rousing figure of Midoriya, eyes squinted. He's quite small, skinny, but Denki had felt his strength when Midoriya lifted him up. Like he was dense or something. Lean and compact muscle in a nimble body, better evident by the fit of his tighter undershirt, visible where he'd torn the lower fabric of his hoodie. It reminds Denki of the build of a runner or a soccer player. Ugh, Midoriya flashing his canine-like teeth. It has Denki curious about his quirk. He'd initially believed the mutation was part of it, but after hearing about what went down, he's leaning more towards something with agility. Maybe it's secondary? F&D hell. Language. Recovery girl scolds, lightly whacking her cane against the bed. Like the flick of a switch, Midoriya goes from disoriented to alert within seconds, throwing himself off the bed violently, backing up against the corner of a wall, shoulders raised to his ears. Denki startles, and Recovery Girl steps back with a shocked frown. Denki's quick to notice the frazzled look in Midoriya's eyes, like he wasn't entirely with them. Thinking on his feet, he slowly makes his way over to Midoriya, palms splayed outwards and forwards, placating. Midoriya's gaze remains distrustful and wary. Hey dude. Denki's tone is steady, his speech slow. He feels as if he's talking to his youngest sister, remembering how earlier that month he'd helped ground her from an anxiety attack. We're at the UE clinic. He gestures around him and then points to himself. I'm the boy you saved from the zero-pointer. It takes a moment for Midoriya's eyes to come to focus, his harsh expression sharpening. His pupils shrink, recognition reflected in his gaze. Sorry, he whispers, standing straight. A pause. He swallows. Sorry. Recovery Girl clears her throat, commanding the attention of the room. I'm sorry for startling you, she says, softening her tone. You must have felt quite disoriented. How long have I been here? Nearly an hour. Recovery Girl motions to Denki. This young man refused to leave until he was sure you were all right. Midoriya turns his attention to Denki, though he doesn't meet his eyes. He furrows his eyebrows. You waited? Of course, man. It's not every day that someone saves you from becoming paint splatter, you know? It's like the bare minimum of me to make sure you were doing all right. The confusion in Midoriya's expression doesn't go away, but he looks away without further questioning. Your personal materials are on the table before the exit, Recovery Girl informs him, hobbling over to her drawers and fishing out a chocolate bar. She hands it over to Midoriya, who, still with a lot of caution, takes it from her. Eat up, she orders. You're quite skinny and surely exhausted from my quirk. How long is your commute back to your place? 40 minutes. She clicks her tongue, moving to the mini fridge at the far end of the clinic and pulling out 2 small electrolyte drinks. Drink one now, and keep the other on you in case you're feeling faint. The second you're home, get some rest. You're lucky, most of your injuries were superficial and don't require a second session of healing. Still, if you're feeling off in any way, consult your doctor immediately. Midoriya nods, obliging her initial demand by putting one bottle into his hoodie's pocket and downing the other one in a single go. Recovery Girl smiles in satisfaction. Why don't the two of you leave together? She suggests. And here, she tosses a chocolate bar Denki's way. One for you too, dearie. Denki grins, giving her a low bow and farewell along with Izuku as they exit the clinic and facility. Denki wastes no time delving into his chocolate bar, whereas Midoriya breaks off a rather small bite before shoving the rest of it into his pants pocket. I really can't thank you enough, Denki tells him, just before they're about to part ways at the entrance. I really would have been a goner. Midoriya shrugs. It was nothing. Nothing? Dude, it was badass as F-. Denki takes a pause, rummaging through his shoulder bag for his phone, and moving it in Midoriya's face. Why don't you plug in your number and I'll text you, yeah? Maybe thank you with, like, a sandwich or something. Also, this way, we'll keep in touch even if we both don't wind up getting into Yui. Midoriya stares blankly for a long enough while that Denki starts to feel awkward, phone still hovering between them. I mean, you obviously don't have to if. Why do you want my number? The genuine bewilderment in Midoriya's tone scraps any misconstruing of offense or pretentiousness that anyone would otherwise expect from such a sentence. Denki stares at Midoriya a little funnily. What else could he possibly want Midoriya's number for other than to get to know him? To become friends? There's something off about Midoriya. Something that, to Denki, is not only a little frightening, but tragic, almost. So, what kind of person doesn't understand such an XPLCT gesture of friendship? I want to be your friend, obviously. Denki explains, shaking off the thought. Midoriya gestures between them, hesitant, but not disgusted or resenting. Friend. Denki beams, handing over his phone with a lot more confidence. Friends. Izuku. How was the test, F-face? Izuku deadpants at his roommate. The faint scent of smoke lingers in the air, followed by a much sweeter, more pleasant aroma of hibiscus tea that said roommate is steeping. Dabi's walking around in nothing but his sweatpants, flexing a tattooed arm with his elbows propped against the wooden countertop, a chipped, ceramic teacup sitting empty in his other hand as the tea leaves soak. He as usual is sporting a stupid smirk, dimple piercings shifting with his smile. Come on, he quips, tone dry but playful. It couldn't have gone that bad, princess. Besides, I thought all that matters to you is passing the written test. Obviously, Izuku rolls his eyes. He toes off his sneakers, fishing out the electrolyte drink and empty wrapper from his pocket before pulling off his hoodie in a swift motion. I could give less of a sheet if I passed the practical for the heroics exam. Then what's got your panties in a twist? Izuku frowns, recalling how he woke up without a single injury. Gods, would having a quirk like recovery girls be convenient? Just thinking about how bullshit heroes and their quirks are. And the sky is FNG blue, Dabi snarks, reaching for the cabinet to grab a second cup and pouring 2 glasses, gently sliding one over to Izuku, who takes it gratefully. So, answer me, he raises a too dark eyebrow, smudges of black outlining its shape. Izuku doesn't question it, like how he doesn't question the dye stains on their towels, or how the first few months of living together, he could swear Dabi's head would shed the color black, but it'd be nice if he'd at the very least ask for Izuku's help with his eyebrows. He does a horrible job. How'd it go? It wasn't that bad, Izuku admits, walking across from Dabi to grab the jar of honey and mixing a spoonful into his drink. Dabi pours a couple of spoonfuls of sugar into his. We had to take down robots in this fake city for points. Don't think I stand a chance against the quirked kids, but the robots were pretty standard. I figured out after taking down my first one that the most crucial wiring were found behind its eyes, so all I had to was beak in the glass and cut those wires. He walks over to their dingy sofa, barely big enough for 2 people, bought off in an exchange at a yard scale, and takes a moment to ease the tightness in his throat, still unused to speaking aloud after years of biting his tongue to keep silent and safe. Dabi's known him long enough to not take offense to Izuku's P-Arginine pause. Dabi slumps into the space next to him, and Izuku lets himself go lax against the man, who uses a free hand to thread through Izuku's long, untamable hair. How'd you figure that out? I dismembered one of them, Izuku answers. You dismembered it? Dabi quirks his lips, eyes light with amusement. I know you don't give a shit about passing, sweetheart, but surely playing around with broken parts was a waste of time. Shut up. Izuku rolls his eyes. I wanted to figure out how they built it, since taking the first one down took me around 5 minutes, and I'd promised Akatani I'd at least try. That way, I could figure out the most efficient place to rip apart and get them to shut down. He takes a sip of the tea, a mild scald on his tongue. I took down 12 points worth of robots. 12 points worth. The exam had a total of 4 different kinds of robots, a 1-pointer, 2-pointer, 3-pointer, and a 0-pointer. What the hell is a point of a 0-pointer? I'm pretty sure it was meant to be part of Yui's twist. It was too massive of a robot for any regular student to take down, taller and wider than a skyscraper, and even if one of them had a quirk powerful enough to incapacitate it, it would have been futile. It felt like a chaos agent for an obstacle. Something insultingly similar to exasperation settles in Dabi's expression. Please don't tell me you saw it as a challenge to take down. Izuku shrugs. Dabi groans. I'm fine, aren't I? He counters, a little defensive. Besides, the metal the robots were made of were relatively soft, so my knife could stab and cut through the material with ease. I guess, monkey climbed it a little, ran up its arms, to its shoulders, got to its head and just punched the eyes in. After it shut down, all I had to do was scale down it, which was infinitely easier since it wasn't moving. How the hell weren't you flung off? I almost was, Izuku admits casually. I had to make handholds by carving holes into the exterior. Soft or not, the jagged metal cut into my palms and stung like a beach, but I was also punching through glass dealing with open wires, so I didn't really care. FNG Christ. Dabi sets down his drink, giving Izuku a long once-over. So how the hell are you not scraped to hell? Your clothes are torn and stained, but you're all clean. Did they pretty up your injuries or something? I know you're some out-of-this-world second messiah when it comes to parkour, but I feel like even God would be left with a couple of bruises after some shit like that. Izuku scowls. Yeah, I passed out. You what? Dabi straightens, losing his playfulness. Izuku frowns, head falling off his shoulder. I thought you said you were fine. I am, Izuku reassures. It was mostly exhaustion, and I assume a bit of blood loss. The hero who healed me's quirk also requires energy, so I was doubly tired. Dabi pinches the bridge of his nose. You're a moron, you know that? Izuku drags his teeth down his bottom lip, without a retort. Dabi sighs, grabbing his cup and settling against the couch again. Izuku immediately returns to using him as a cushion, the two of them nursing their cup of tea as they stare at the blank screen on their TV without cable. The silence that accompanies their atmosphere is calming. Dabi continues to ruffle Izuku's hair, a welcome touch. Izuku breaks the silence when he mentions mostly because he cannot fathom that it happened at all. I gave one of the examinees my number. The fingers in his hair still as Dabi starts to half choke, half splutter. Izuku pulls back and twists to face him, grimacing as tea and slobber drips down his lips and chin, his eyes wide as he coughs, skin red with the effort. Izuku takes the cup out of Dabi's hands, placing it on the table, and gently pats his back until the coughing dies down. You couldn't, I don't know, warn a man? Dabi mutters, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand and then wiping his hands on his pants. Which, gross, but Izuku's done, and seen, way worse. Izuku deadpants. Dramatic but. My reaction was so reasonable, Dabi disputes with a shake of his head. When the hell have you ever given anyone the time of day, never mind your number? What about Akatani? The little leech doesn't count. He's like 5. 10, Izuku corrects him. Whatever. He isn't someone your age, is what I mean. It isn't like that. No. Dabi drawls, adopting an impish tone. Are you sure? Izuku tucks his face into Dabi's side, voice embarrassingly feebly when he reveals. He said he wanted to be my friend. As in he meant it. Seriously. He even helped me when I cracked my nose against the concrete earlier in the day. Dabi wraps a comforting arm around Izuku, bringing him in closer. One, he says, you need to stop getting hurt. They know this isn't going to happen. Izuku likes to hurt, like Dabi likes to burn. For every time Dabi comes home reeking of thick smoke and a lingering rage, Izuku is bearing 20 new scars, on his hips and wrist and thighs. Bleeding, angry scars. Still, Dabi says this like speaking it into existence will one day make it come true. And 2, what makes you think he isn't being serious? He doesn't know I'm a quirkless, Izuku confesses. You're not, quirkless. You're not an alien, Dabi chastises. You wouldn't call Akatani, quirkless, would you? Izuku shakes his head, affronted by the idea. Then you shouldn't call yourself one either, dumbass. Dabi places his chin over Izuku's curls, the rough skin digging into Izuku's scalp. And who cares if this kid doesn't know that you're quirkless? I thought we were both under a mutual consensus that quirks don't mean shit. Most people would disagree. Yeah, well, most people can choke on Endeavor's ball. Dabi pats Izuku's back, pulling away to meet his eyes. And if that kid decides to F off after finding out you're quirkless, then he, too, can lick that a-hole's d-dashed. Izuku huffs a laugh, quirking a smile. Thanks, B. Dabi ruffles his head a final time before standing up, declaring, let's watch a movie to wind down. I stole some rich guy's wallet this morning, so we got enough to splurge on takeout. Izuku hums, hugging his knees to his chest, the atmosphere content. Sure. White hourglass. A little less than 1 year ago. Izuku remembers how his mother used to warn him to always keep off the streets at night. She'd tell him it was dangerous for little kids, that they're delicate and small, and that the monsters of the night were over 6 foot tall and could easily swallow little kids like him whole. Izuku is still small, so many years later, barely 154 centimeters and too skinny-limbed despite the bit of muscle he's packed on in his struggle to survive. But he's also scarred, stark brown, white and pink marks wrapped around him like storytellings on skin. He wears shorts and skirts because they're easier to steal than pants, easier to wash and move around in too. He's familiar with the bitter, lingering aftertaste of smoke on his tongue and stuck to his teeth, and knows the burn of alcohol in the back of his throat and as it sinks to his stomach. Izuku is small, much smaller than 6-foot monsters, but these months he's made a living on the streets made him realize he's already known cruelty worse than the swipe of their claws and that there are shadows far larger trapped in the walls of his old home. How is it that Inko knew of the monsters in the streets and not the one living in their picture frames? So Izuku, not for the first time not in years, wanders the night. He aimlessly kicks at the rubble with his dirty soles, a lit cigarette fit between his fingers. The breezy winds of spring raise the hairs on his arms, accompanied by the cold light of the crescent moon. His first semester of his last year at Genjutsu has just begun, Izuku's birthday creeping up and with it apprehension for whatever his peers plan on gifting him. He still wears scars from his 13th birthday, and no matter how relentlessly violent Izuku is, there'll never not be a brave soul hellbent on provoking him. Not that Izuku won't return the favor tenfold. He's sure the image of his picking at the dried blood beneath his yellowing fingernails with the edge of his switchblade last year still left quite the impression. He can still recall the sound of their sobbing music. They're just lucky he hadn't gone through with stabbing them legitimately. They hadn't suffered enough. Izuku's curious as to what, exactly, will be left of him that isn't just scab and injury by the time he graduates. He trails his fingers over his most brutal scars, the skin textured and rough. If that was the farewell a bunch of preteens from good families dealt him, Izuku doesn't want to think too hard about what a bunch of 15-year-olds with a talent for whittling shanks would do. Not that he'd go down without a fight, this time. Izuku takes a slow drag of the cigarette, the smoke billowing around him, chasing the wind. He doesn't smoke often, having been introduced to the habit by the pretty street workers he'd been becoming more familiar with since squatting in this neighborhood. Just to ease the tension in his frame when sleep evaded him, to remind himself why someone like him could not chase after sweetness the nights he felt desperate to remember what it was like to yearn. He still does. Yearn. Yearn for the past. For someone to love. To be loved, even when he couldn't love himself. But the sort of yearn that evades him is one of youth, one of goodness. One that swore life could still matter, to someone like Izuku. A desperate, beautiful naivete. The sight of himself, marred and dying slowly, knowing the milestones of adulthood at only 13, is enough to bring him back to reality. Izuku isn't a kid anymore. Hasn't been for years. Will never be again. The echo of someone gagging loudly and violently catches Izuku's attention. It isn't an unusual sound, considering Izuku's neighborhood is littered with drunks and druggies. He's keen on ignoring the noise, not one to take pity on lame has-beens and self-proclaimed bachelors who've lost their path. They're a little too pathetic for his taste, but the sound of a body repeatedly slamming against metal, like they're spasming, gives him pause. Izuku's hit with a sudden, violent gut churning as his instincts kicks into overdrive, red, blue and white lights like warning signals flashing in his mind when the sound doesn't die out. Short, repetitive thunks, one after the other in succession. In a haste, Izuku follows the noise as it grows louder, scampering down one of the many alleyways and rounding the corner. He comes across what is one of the most nauseating, disturbing sights he's ever seen, which is saying a lot. A man, who is either horribly old or, worse, horribly young. Izuku can't tell, is convulsing, his body hitting the dumpster he's holding himself up against as his eyes roll to the back of his head. He's naked save for a pair of loose-fitted singed pants. His torso and face have covered in large sections of purpling, bleeding skin, stapled to his healthy skin, some of the staples coming undone as the man continues to writhe. It takes him a couple of minutes to become somewhat conscious, halfway bent over the dumpster as he struggles to stand straight. Despite the sounds of the nightlife bars, cars and angry drunk hollering, Izuku can hear this man's breathing, a heavy, erratic panting. He's standing in his own sick, and illuminated by the flickering orange street light is a dark stain on the crotch of his pants, running down his leg. The man goes rigid, limbs locking up, but before Izuku can ask him what was wrong besides the obvious, the man slumps forward and starts to throw up, the sound of his retching bouncing off the alleyway walls. It's loud, wet, and disgusting, but Izuku's too concerned with the man's overall state to care. Crushing the butt of his cigarette beneath the sole of his shoe, Izuku slowly closes the distance, doing his best to be obvious about his presence to not startle the person. There's a pungent stench of rotting flesh, vomit, and urine, and Izuku has to take a moment to adjust to keep from gagging himself. The person whips their head left or right a few times before their eyes finally settle on Izuku, eyebrows drawn in a frown. Izuku would be intimidated if not for the fact that this man was actively bleeding and exerting all his strength into keeping his knees from buckling. His skin is flushed pink and glistening with a heavy sweat, his vision going in and out of focus. The man keels over, and Izuku jumps a step back as he throws up what looks to Izuku like bile and blood onto his bare feet. The ruined skin wraps over his ankles too, dirt and blood caked heavily under his staples. "I'm going to take you to a clinic," Izuku states, his tone clipped and steady. "You look like you're a strong tap from coming apart." The man drowsily lifts his head, shaking it weakly. "Food have off stuff," he slurs, pushing back. "Am not going to that and no hos estes that speeda s." Izuku narrows his eyes. "It's either that or you die but. And that and die. Yeah." Izuku pps an eyebrow, pulling out his knife from the pocket of his hoodie. He flicks it open, pointing it the man's way. "How about I save you the misery, then, and end it right now?" The man jumps, or at least attempts to jump back. "Get the f away f from me." Izuku sighs, sliding the knife back into place and pocketing it. He walks over to the man, tugging firmly on one of his arms, the guy slumping against him like a rag doll. He struggles against Izuku uselessly, settling for a dirty glare as Izuku adjusts his hold to make up for their awkward height difference. He's surprisingly light, probably malnourished, and Izuku's able to maneuver him around easily considering the guy's unable to straighten himself to his full height. Izuku does his best to ignore the wet, leathery feeling of his damaged skin or the occasional prod of a loose staple. The man is scorching, nothing like the frigidness of a dead body or the warmth of a live one, but hot like a stovetop or the close brush of an angry flame. Izuku has to count under his breath to keep his wits about himself. The most the man can do is slur a couple of protests, but they fall upon deaf ears. Anyone in this state is surely not sound of mind. "Where re you taking him?" "I told to no hospital tells this." "I'm not taking you to a hospital, Staples. We're headed to my place, it's nearby." "Oh," he sings, head falling forward. Yeah, definitely not sound of mind." "No father Ethar." Izuku momentarily bristles, a worrying conclusion coming to mind. He shakes it off, knowing better than to make such bold assumptions about someone based on a sentence they garbled while half-conscious. "No father either," he promises, the man mumbling something incoherent in response. What should be a 15-minute walk to his place sure as hell isn't going to be with him lugging around this unstable man. Izuku is not paid enough for this sheet. Ing hell, he isn't paid at all. Why'd he get involved again? Me. It's septic shock resulting from toxic shock syndrome. Tuya hears someone say through the cotton in his ears. It's a feminine voice, smooth and deep, like velvet. It's the result of quite a few untreated infections in the burns beneath those skin grafts. Will he be alright? Asks it. Second voice, a little throaty, like it was underused. He was seizing pretty bad when I got him and collapsed right before I got him through the door. Seizing. I've got him on a really strong antibiotic right now, but we'll still have to redo those skin grafts and treat the lesser burns again. Luckily, I managed to drain out most of the pus with little complication, but I'd like to surveil him for the 10 days that the antibiotics run their course and as we keep him on 4 fluids. Groaning, Tuya painstakingly pries open his lids, squinting at a shabby ceiling lines with cracks. He struggles to move around to get a better look at the rest of his surroundings, muscles protesting in pain. Wait. Pain? Oh, good morning to you, the feminine voice from earlier says in a courteous tone. Looks like the anesthesia has worn off. Perfect timing. Any longer and I would have been worried your systems had given up and shut down. Tuya eyes her scrutinizingly. She looks young, no older than 30 if he had to guess, with short, choppy mauve hair and dull gray eyes. Wasn't there another voice? He's certain there was another voice. Tuya rasps, lips and throat dry and achy. Give me a moment, the lady tells him, slipping out her phone and shooting a quick text. There's the familiar sound of the buzz of a text message being received, and Tuya whirls his head to see another occupant in the room. The green hair is familiar. Tuya can vaguely recollect the color of it from the person he'd come across before passing out, but his memory is too muddled for him to recall anything else. Are they the second voice? They look extremely young, too young to sound a dozen cigarettes away from becoming a full-blown chain smoker. The person glances at their phone and then back at the woman and nods. Perfect. She smiles. It's professional. Nice to meet you, she greets Tuya. My name is Kumiko, and starting today, I'll be your personal doctor. Tuya startles, the word, doctor, immediately setting him on edge. He tries to sit up, only to be held down by a firm hand splayed across his bandaged chest. As a matter of fact, he's covered in bandages, clothed in bundles of white wrapping where he'd usually be staring down at his discolored, bleeding skin and silver staples. Don't move, the Dr. Kumiko orders. Aside from your injuries, you'll also be shifting your foredrips. It is then that Tuya notices the pipes lodged into the veins of his forearm and hand, attached to a couple of bags of clear and foggy liquids hooked onto 2 poles at his side. He opens his mouth to ask about where the F he is, only for a broken wheeze to come out instead. A small glass of water is moved in front of him. Tuya shifts back in surprise, shaking his head in paranoia despite the discomfort in his throat. It's not anything he's not accustomed to. He can deal with a dry throat. Drink it. Kumiko's smile sharpens into something a lot more unnerving. I promise it isn't poisoned. It'd be quite ridiculous of us to poison you after wasting so much time healing you, don't you think? Tuya's skepticism turns to the person offering him the glass. A nest of long curly hair and gnarly scars SSG across their skin and wrapped around their face. He's the person who dragged you here, Kumiko informs Tuya. Mentioned how you refused to be admitted to a hospital, so he called me over instead. So he's a he? Tuya still doesn't take the glass of water. Drink it and I'll answer your questions, Kumiko relents impatiently. Begrudgingly, Tuya attempts to reach for the glass himself, but his hands shake too much with the effort, and to his pride, the boy has to help him. Tuya feels a cool relief as the second the water touches his tongue, his throat soothed as he desperately chugs what he can before his stomach starts to cramp, water dribbling past his lips and down his chin. He sighs, a deep, heavy sound, feeling less on edge. So, what questions do you have for me? Where the F am I? Tuya asks, voice sharp with suspicion. My place, the boy replies. Oh holy shit. He is the second voice. Why am I here? You are convulsing because of a septic infection stemming from untreated toxic shock syndrome. Kumiko's thin lips press into a line. Your body was rejecting those crudely stapled on skin grafts, and the burns beneath the skin looked to already have been severely infected, and you were running a fever high enough to kill you. A quick examination also informed me of your failing organs, but I'd need to perform a few more invasive medical testings to determine the extent of the damage and come up with a specific treatment plan to get you back on your feet. She gestures to the 4 drips. These are currently flooding your system with saline, antibiotics, electrolytes, and other nutrients to help fight the infection and heal your burnt-to-hell nerves. The murky brown one is full of regenerative blood, so you should start to be able to feel pain again sometime within the next month. Tuya doesn't tell her that he's already feeling pain, that it's familiar and foreign, that it feels like he's come to life for a second time. Kumiko stars, jotting down a few notes in the clipboard in her hand, looking every bit the expert. A doctor. I've cleaned up most of the pus and excrements in the infection that would have prevented its healing, and your current condition is stable. Well, as stable as someone with failing bodily systems can get, at least. However, I'd like to transfer you to my facilities for 10 days to keep you under my watch. I'd also... Hold up. Tia cuts her off. Who the hell are you? Your facilities? And what do you mean, keep me under watch? Do I look like a kid to you? Kumiko's expression hardens. She places the clipboard down on the bedside table by Tuya and looks at him coldly, arms folded across her chest. You do, actually. You look like a kid who's on the brink of death. Tuya scowls, but Kumiko doesn't let him get another word in. And this other kid? She nods to the green-haired boy. He dragged your half-conscious self down to his tiny, decrepit house to keep you alive. He called me over to deal with your miserable, ungrateful but because you protested being admitted into a hospital to be treated by those straight-laced doctors. And yet, instead of shutting the F up or singing him praises of gratitude, you're scowling down at me, said. I didn't ask to be saved. You want to die, you but wipe? Kumiko challenges. If so, then have at it and get the cut. Otherwise, shut up and listen. Tuya stays quiet. What I have thought? Kumiko mutters, picking back up her clipboard. As I was saying, your untreated infections and horrendous as F skin grafts gave you sepsis. Had you been found even an hour later, it's likely your organs would have failed, and you would have died, your deadened nerves keeping you from understanding the severity of the state you're in. Miraculously, I didn't find any necrosis when cleaning up your infection or treating your wounds, so I didn't have to take any more drastic measures, yet. Drastic measures? Amputation. Tuya winces. What gave you sepsis was the untreated TSS. The 4 antibiotics should clear both, and you'll be on that for 10 days before I prescribe to you a 6-week course of oral antibiotics. You'll also have to be plugged to these other 2 4-bags for the next month to bring your bodily systems back to life, including your nerve receptors. I'll be conducting a few more examinations to see the extent of the damage to you and come up with a better recovery plan so you won't have to worry about your systems failing on you again. What about? I said shut up. Kumiko raises a hand, silencing Tuya. A surgery will be performed to apply new skin grafts onto your burns as well. Although that would normally be impossible with the extent of the surface area of skin, my quirk gives me the ability to make multiples of one thing, so long as I have the original source, so we'll only have to shave off a small amount of your healthy skin. We will have the surgical staples removed when the skin integrates. Since you've just woken up, we'll wait a few hours before we transfer you to my clinic. After I'm performed the other examinations, I'll tell you my official prognosis, and we can discuss aftercare and recovery. She claps, satisfied. Anything questions? Clinic. It's underground, not a legitimate hospital, and nothing will go on any official record. I'm not an officially licensed doctor, but I sure as hell am better than anyone you could dream of coming across. All right, Tuya heeds. But what about payment? Tuya isn't stupid, after all. He's been on the streets long enough to know that nothing is free. An eye for an eye. A life for a life. A favor for a favor. All this treatment and recovery and exams or whatever sounds expensive as F-. I don't have a job. I have it covered, the green-haired boy tells him. Don't worry about it. But Tuya isn't stupid. A life for a life. A favor for a favor. Why the hell would you do that? He shrugs. Tuya quirks an eyebrow. You some abandoned hero type? Look around you. I squat here. Do I seem like some hero type? In the right lighting, Tuya says. You picked me up, saved me, and are offering to cover the cost of my treatment. You either expect something from me after I'm on my feet again, or you're a FING stupid hero wannabe who wants to feel good about themselves for saving someone. He's neither, Kumiko says. A little insane is your best conclusion. I say don't be a dumbass and accept him as he comes. It's easier that way. Don't talk about me like I'm an enigma. Yeah, but you're not a hero either, are you? The boy scowls. Whatever. But she's right. Just accept that I have it covered. Okay. He relents, still a little uneasy. But what about stay? I can't go into hospitals, and no offense, don't want to spend months bedside at an underground clinic run by a crooked doctor. And, you know, if it wasn't obvious, I'm kinda FNG homeless. Stay with me, the boy says. I need someone to watch over my place while I work to pay off your treatment. Good, looks like we have it all settled. I'll have Echo. Wait, Tuya interrupts. I never agreed to this sheet. So you're okay with dying? The green-haired kid spares Tuya a lazy glance. I thought, after the way you responded to my offer, that you'd be more resistant. Offer? I asked you before taking you in, when you were so adamant about not being admitted to a hospital that you said you'd rather die, if I could do you the favor of sparing you the misery of a slow death. You jumped back. Yeah, wait. Tuya remembers something like that. Sort of. The way someone remembers a washed-out dream. A large knife and an impending threat. Keen eyes and a lethal question spoken with a causal tongue. Well, I suppose you weren't sane, the boy acknowledges. His gaze falls onto Tuya and linger. Unnerving. Wrong. So, did you change your mind? Lose your will? My will. To live. The boy lifts his hand, mimicking a gunshot to his head. His knuckles are bruised and grisly, his fingernails broken, even more scars stretched across the skin. The hands of a boxer. If you really want out, though, I'd recommend roulette. It's fun, Scout's honor. You're not FNG Scout. Kumiko whacks him across the head. And stop saying sheet like that. The boy shrugs, eyes still trained on Tuya, who remains silent. Is there even a way to reply to that? Something about the boy is wrong, something dming. Seconds pass, like hours, minutes, years and new planes of time. Or maybe it's all inconsequential. Meeting this kid's eyes, glassy, green as acid and green like swamps, and Tuya feels time still, fast forward, and fall apart. But time means something. Tuya's lost so much of it. Knows what it means to spend years scorned. To wear those years, scorned still. To have them age you. Time takes away a memory like it takes away a life of forgotten soul. Tuya knows. The boy grins. Oh, at least, Tuya thinks it's supposed to be a grin. It has too many teeth, a wrinkle away from being malicious. So you want to live, he declares, dropping his hand. Yes. Tuya wants to live. He'll be dead if he dies consumed by those flames without setting the city ablaze with him. He wants to be a legacy, wants to be a reckoning. Success soaked in the blood of false heroes. Revenge in an inferno of blue embers. When he dies, it'll be a sacrifice, not a suicide. A signature to claim ownership of his final performance. Let vengeance drive him to his ultimate glory before the fire dies out. So everything is settled now? Kumiko takes the silence as affirmation. Great. As I was saying, I'll have Echo bring around their truck. I'll see you in a few hours with them to transfer you. Ideally, we'll attach the new skin grafts when the infection clears in 10 days, and perform the rest of the exams on you tomorrow morning after you've had a good night's rest. Then, you are prohibited from leaving his bed, or so Buddha give me patience, I'll kill you myself. Satisfied with her threat, Kumiko bids them a goodbye, picking up a heavy briefcase and letting herself out. I'll make you something to eat, the boy says after a moment, walking over to where Tuya assumes the kitchen is. What the F dash? My name is Izuku Midoriya, by the way, but you can call me Izuku, the boy says as he feeds an ego-wounded Tuya small bites of his packaged ramen. He taps his finger against the plastic fork 1, 2, 3, 4 and, averting his gaze, follows it up with, I'm quirkless. Tuya raises an eyebrow, questions about the boy's appearance answered in 2 words. Quirkless huh? Izuku isn't expecting Tuya to reply, shoveling another forkful of noodles into his mouth. Still, after slurping down another bite, Tuya pulls his head back and replies, Dobby. Tuya's a little proud of his alias. It's distinguishable and telling name. A reminder of the kiss of a blue flame that eats through everything including his skin, blood and bones. A reminder that Tuya did die at 13, that he killed himself the day he decided he would never return home, and instead leave his mark on the world in a permanent scorch. Dobby, Izuku repeats. An alias? Tuya doesn't answer, an answer in itself. He shakes his head when Izuku offers him another bite, and the boy puts the half-eaten bowl down without pushing Tuya to eat more. Is it related to your quirk? Though it is a question, it is not directed at Tuya, just spoken in the air in Izuku's contemplation like he's cracking a code out loud. Considering your state, he meets Tuya's eyes, this time asking Tuya directly, is it cremation then? Tuya stiffens. Are you sure you're quirkless? He marvels, a little intimidated by Izuku's intelligence. To have deduced Tuya's quirk from something as flimsy as an alias he came up with at 18 and the burns he's dressed in. You don't have an intelligence enhancer they might have missed, or something? I have the extra joint, so no quirk factor. Izuku says, I merely deduced what was a speculation that you confirmed based on your reaction. Tuya clicks his teeth shut, silence befalling them. Izuku takes the ramen and walks towards the kitchen, the door of the bedroom wide open so Tuya can see him wrap it up in cling film and shelve it in his fridge. He starts brewing himself a cup of coffee, made in an old, rusty Ibrik pot, a method Tuya's only seen once before when some hotshot hero from Morocco came to visit his household when he was a child. Why are you helping me? Tuya cuts him off, the question having been sitting on his tongue for the last hour. You don't know me, don't know shit about me, didn't even know my name when you offered to help me. I don't get it. Tuya shouldn't be complaining. He doesn't want to die, and Izuku coming across him and choosing to help him out without informing a hospital or leaving him to his mercy because of the inconvenience is probably a lifetime worth of Tuya's luck used up in a few hours. Tuya is relieved really. But he's also so effing confused and irritated because of it. Life's always been brutal, especially his way. So why is he suddenly being gifted someone like Izuku? And why is it that it is Izuku who has been gifted to him? A ragged, scarred kid who looks like he's met a life more arduous than anyone Tuya's met yet. Why does someone like that want to help Tuya? Izuku pauses his ministrations, lowering the heat and walking over to Tuya, leaning against the doorframe. Do you want to die, Dobby? Tuya feels the familiar dread and unease from earlier creep onto him, crawling up his ankles, over his thighs, up his hips and around his torso. The question thickens the air in the room, trepidation heavy. Izuku tilts his head, ever the picture of nonchalance, and it makes his image all the more disturbing at that moment. A perfect reflection of uncaring apathy. As if mentions of death didn't matter. As though death did not mean an indefinable end. Tuya wonders if Izuku is the type of person who'll let death touch him. Let it brush its bony fingers across his collarbones. Tuya wonders if it left a scar, hidden amongst his many others. He wonders if all Izuku's scars bear a lingering imprint of death. If that is why he bears so many. Well. Izuku looks at him expectantly. Tuya clicks his tongue. I don't. Izuku gives his answer. A simple one, a bold one. And I don't like to see people who want to live, die. Tuya isn't satisfied, his curiosities aren't quelled, they just take on a new form. What about people who want to die? People with soulless eyes? People with teeth in their smile? People who look like you? But Tuya doesn't let these questions leave his tongue. He'd rather they sit there, poking his gums, gathering blood in his mouth, than he vomits them out and is given an answer. It isn't until later on, an hour before Kumiko is to arrive to have Tuya transferred, when Izuku returns from a fresh shower, that Tuya reaches a conclusion all on his own. Izuku is dressed in loose shorts that cut off at his thighs, and a short sleeve that hangs loosely off his shoulders and rides up his stomach when he lifts his arms. He isn't adorning his many bandages, and so Tuya is privy to the many lines running across his thighs and down his arms, nicking his collarbones, and skimming his hips. Bleeding cuts, fresh ones amidst the burn wounds and shank scars amidst new and old bruises and knife wounds. Izuku would kill them. If a person wanted to die, he'd grant them that mercy. How cruel. How kind. Izuku. Izuku gives Dabi a meaningful look where the man is seated on his old, worn sofa, feet propped onto the creaky wooden coffee table. It's been almost 2 months since Izuku helped him, and 3 weeks since he's been off his last 4 fluid and had his skin graft surgery. The infection had cleared with no further complications, and his staples removed a week ago. Though his skin was still red and healing, he looked healthier, and Kumiko suspects his scars will not be as stark as they'd been with the initial grafts. He's still a ways away from being fully recovered. After realizing that the incompatibility between his quirk and his body was the core reasoning behind Dabi's system shutdown and growing burns, Kumiko recommended replacing Dabi's innards with tissues that were better compatible for those with heat quirks. Izuku knows her and her assistants are still looking for said tissues to perform a few more surgeries, and until then, Dabi cannot, under any circumstances, use his quirk. Izuku suggested he raise the sugar levels in his bloodstream to thicken the viscosity of his blood so it'd take longer for the heat to reach his internal organs, and so he'd loaded his cabinet with sweet snacks and foods, grateful that Dabi had a sweet tooth. Dabi finally was given the okay to shower, his first one in years. The towels he used came back covered in black dust and soot, and before the shower, Dabi had snuck away in the afternoon to a corner store, insisting on going alone despite Izuku offering to run the errand himself. It was odd, considering how much Dabi disliked being out before 8 p.m., but Izuku chose not to question it. The same way he didn't question how much darker Dabi's hair was when he came out, a much richer shade of black, a few strands splotchy and gray, or how Dabi let Izuku run his fingers through his hair when he rested his head on Izuku's lap despite adamantly refusing before. What do you plan on doing when you're given the okay? Izuku asks. The question has been on his mind since he was taken off his last 4 drip. Dabi is homeless, lost, and struggling to survive because being alive mattered to him. Dabi feigns confusion. Izuku's observant, though, and has been living with this man for a while. Dabi's tongue is pressing against his cheek, and he's hooking his fingers in the fabric of his shirt. He's anxious, and Izuku doesn't spare him any bullshit of falling for the act. You heard me. Dabi, realizing Izuku won't let this go, straightens, foregoing his charade. I don't know, honestly. Izuku taps his finger against the counter. Stay with me then. Dabi's head snaps up, turquoise eyes wide. What? Stay with me, Izuku offers a second time. If you don't know and have nowhere to go, then stay with me. Dabi's rendered speechless, gaping like a fish as he processes Izuku's words. Finally, after a long silence, he asks, why? Why not? Dabi's an a-hole, a grade A JRK. He has a short temper, seems to constantly be fighting the urge to light things on fire, and rages in blistering heat that sets Izuku's nerves on edge. He's stubborn, prideful, and forgets how easy it is to hurt people. Forgets that hurt lingers, forgets that his does, too, disguised as anger, disguised as hate. But he wants to live. And, frankly, Izuku's forgotten how nice it is to not live alone. His life was always too loud, and then too quiet. His current company came in the form of bullies who like to use him as target practice, tattoo artists who don't care that he's underage so long as he has the money for it, and prostitutes with tales on end about their escapades and the ruined men they stuck and sink their teeth into like sirens. Dabi's as crooked as the rest of them, but he's also left an impression on Izuku that's comfortable. He doesn't care that Izuku's feet are too big for his shoes or that his home has moss in the corners of the walls. He doesn't care that Izuku doesn't have some otherworldly superpower or that he's levels behind everyone else. They're both rejects who were left for dead long ago. At the end of it, they bleed red. So maybe Dabi calls him F-face and princess and doll, like he's a rebel from the 1970s and Izuku's a call girl, but he's good with him. He makes Izuku feel that ordinary. He isn't perfect, but he's trying to be better. Came into Izuku's life a whirlwind of vengeance, and is learning that revenge isn't always sweet. I want you to. Dabi might refuse, might leave Izuku at the end of it. It'll be fine. Izuku will just reaccustom himself to loneliness, knowing it's pillared by the inevitability of death, and the sureness that in the end, nothing mattered. That the only absolute truth he knew is the edge of his knife and the feeling of his scars. Okay, Dabi says, slowly, carefully, like hastening the word would break the absolution of it. His eyes are watering, the liquid red tinged. Okay, he says again, like punctuation, a promise. I'll stay. White hourglass. Izuku. It came, Dabi tells Izuku, waving around a disc. Izuku looks up from the papers strewn across his table, little blueprints he'd been working on to build a collapsible rod with spear ends. Rumor has it that new people, dangerous people, had been showing up across dingy and dirty neighborhoods, and it never hurt to be cautious. Besides, he liked to tinker, it gave him a semblance of mind, something to do with his hands. What came? The letter from Yui. Nizu. Nizu's beady eyes skimmed the file Shota handed them, expressionless save for the tame, ever-pleasant smile on their face. And what is it that you want me to do with this file? They ask. Do you remember this examinee from the entrance exam? He took down the zero-pointer in Venue 9. Oh, I do. It was quite the accomplishment, honestly. And it seemed to be that he wasn't using a quirk either. Not an observable one. You're right. He's quirkless, Shota confirms. Nizu's smile widens, the corners sharp. Nizu, to prevent bias from clouding their judgment when it comes to dealing with Yui's examinees, will, save for the occasional exception, not review the files of those applying until after their teachers have made their decisions, having full trust in their intuitions and impartiality. It's unfortunate, but their experience with human beings can oftentimes interfere with their objectivity. They are sitting in a dark room all over again, needles stabbed into their forearms, and scalpels cutting open their skin. Fur crimson matted, and screams tearing open their throat. Nizu can never forget the manic gleam in their captors' eyes as they tore them open, dissected like they were unfeeling. Had they not been taken away to Tartarus by the time Nizu became sound of mind, Nizu would not have shown them an inkling of mercy the moment they got their paws on them. It's an ironically humane part of them to hold on to those memories and let it obscure their pragmatism. I would like it if you read over his essay. Essay? Nizu tilts their head, meeting Shota's stare curiously. The one for the written exam? Shota nods, handing Nizu sheets of paper with messy, but legible font printed across the lines. Of all the essays I've read in my years teaching the hero course, this is one of the most, for lack of a better word, disconcerting ones. Intrigued, Nizu flips open to the first page, taking in the words at an inhuman speed, beady pupils running across the lines. The essay is a hefty 1,500 words despite the required minimum being 750, and it takes Nizu less than 3 minutes to breeze through the paper, eyes catching on to a few distinct phrases. I see where you're coming from, Nizu hums, the edge of their nail drawing along the most repeated phrase of the essay. So, what is it that you want from me? Nizu asks. Yes, this is a rather unique perspective, to put it simply, but doesn't that make him all the more interesting? With his being quirkless, it'd be good for us to have a new perspective in our mix. I'm rather sick of the same good prevails against evil rhetoric, even if it is what we're mostly looking for in our heroes to be. He wouldn't have ordinarily passed, Shota says. He only accumulated 12 villain points. And you're wondering if we should consider the rescue points in his case? Nizu concludes, snout twitching. These children are striving to be Japan's next generation of pro-heroes. His mentality is a call for concern, one I question cultivating. Nizu glances at the name scrawled atop the essay. They remember piling their name among the students who received the highest grades in the written exam. He's passed the written test with flying colors, so there is a guaranteed spot for him in the general education course. If that helps ease your worries, we can always keep watch of him there for the first semester before we discuss a transfer. Though rarely heard of, we've done it before. Shota bows. Thank you. Of course, Nizu dismisses. But let me remind you, Shota. Yui prides itself on teaching the best with the best. On raising them. I hope your years since graduating hasn't made you forget the kind of person you were, too. Shota nods twice before walking off, Nizu's door clicking shut behind him. Well then, the Chimera murmurs, pulling the file closer to them. Izuku Midoriya. Yui Entry Exam, Heroics. Applicant number 9027. First name. Last name. Sissy. Gender and pronouns. Birthday. Address line. Zip. Quirk. Elementary school. Middle school. Emergency contact, plus. Shota. Shota rests his head in his hands, mulling over his decisions. Being such a selective course composed of only 40 students, Shota's always been picky when it came to his choice of the hero students. It'd be quite preposterous to think that Yui granted acceptance to their hero course students based solely on the number of robots they defeated during the entrance exam. Firstly, the students would have had to reach a total minimum of 40 points and have passed the written exams. The remainder of their legibility was up to the teaching staff to consider, such as how they conducted themselves in the practical or previous incident records. 4 spots were reserved for the recommendation students, and the final say for the remaining 36 were left to Shota and Vlad. Shota had written off students who frequently were in trouble with the law, though the nature of their crimes was likewise taken into consideration, and others who went out of their way to jeopardize other examinees to gather more points for themselves. He already made an exception with the examinee Katsuki Bakugo, who miraculously managed to get first place without a single rescue point. And never before was it that a student's essay provoked such hesitancy in him, though the way Izuku Midoriya took down the zero-pointer did call to question something else to be cautious of. Shota's a logical man. He prides himself on his rationale, and it was no different when it came to how he evaluated who he chose to recognize as hero candidates. He wasn't a robot, though. Make no mistake, Shota felt strongly, but he knew how to distinguish those emotions and allow them to guide his empathy and sense, as opposed to obstruct and override it. A hero whose heart bleeds too kindly, who weeps gold, is a liability. A hero whose heart is made of cement unmoved is a liability too. There's a fine line between too much and none at all. Izuku Midoriya seemed to toe that line. Shota was never not uneasy watching his performance in the practical. He'd spent the first half an hour loitering, eyes trained on the people around him giving their all to gather points. Then, like a switch flip, he'd sprinted down an alleyway and dismantled one of the 3-pointers, snarling. He'd taken another few minutes to dismantle the robot, Majima pointing out how efficient he'd been in disassembling it, and used the knowledge he'd gathered in that time to make better use of the remaining time to take down another 6 robots. Nizu was especially interested in Midoriya, and had kept their eyes trained on the examinee as they released the zero-pointer. And while Shota found Midoriya to be peculiar, if reckless, considering the injuries he was gathering for every time he punched through a glass eye, the boy was shy of 20 points total and was unlikely to pass. At least that was until, instead of running away from the hulking robot, Midoriya had gazed up at it and his eyes lit up. Shota watched with a sinking feeling in his stomach as Midoriya noticed the unconscious figure of examinee Denki Kaminari, and, without an ounce of hesitancy, stabbed his blade into the robot's leg with a leap, and climbed. Shota demanded Nizu shut down the robot as he watched Midoriya scale its arm before he was flung off, but the principal waved him off and helplessly Shota watched as Midoriya managed to reach the robot's head. Shota felt chills crawl up his spine when the boy dropped to dangle off the 175mm robot, wearing a smile stretched ear to ear. He looked rabid, wrinkles by the corners of eyes that seemed to glow with excitement as blood ran down the length of his arms and glass cut into the fabric of his pants. Then, as the robot shut down, Midoriya skillfully scaled down the robot and landed with grace, helping Kaminari out of the rubble like he hadn't just performed a feat like none other. Izuku Midoriya passed with an impressive 72 points. Shota sees capability in him. Midoriya is an overgrown field, a murky lake reflecting an obscured mirror image of himself. He can learn to trim his hedges, clean his waters. But Shota's yet to ever wade through a lake with waters so muddled he's better off calling it a swamp, to navigate fields with grass as tall as his shoulders. Shota prefers people who are easier to read, lakes with clearer waters, grass that doesn't shadow him from the sun. Not being able to make an accurate judgment at a glance can be the difference between life or death. It's presumptuous, pretentious, even of Shota to consider his assessments of others to be honest of their characters, or that Midoriya is the only exception to where he may make a fault. The current brand of heroism upholsters mediocrity and best, and Shota will be made to uphold such standards in the students he plans to guide as the next generation of heroes. These students need to have a drive to win and save, a drive to protect. Shota sees that drive in these children desperate for glory, and he does his best to let it blossom. So their gardens are of flowers in full bloom, running along their lake's edge. These fields are his students' potentials, and Shota is their first gardener. He knows how quick bad seeds are to spread their rot everywhere and anywhere. Midoriya is a risk because Shota can see where his rot has started festering, can see that where he's shed blood. But Midoriya's field is vast, plentiful, and still with an awaiting glory. Already an anomaly with the little Shota knows of him: muddy water, tall fields, 1,000 wilted and 1,000 budding flowers. For Shota to make a comfortable decision, he needs to know Midoriya better, and he doesn't. Shota cannot gauge how dangerous he is. He would be taking a risk, taking the boy under. If Midoriya was a painting, it'd be one made in blood. It is a bold conclusion, Shota knowing so little of him, and yet it is one he makes with confidence. I hope your years since graduating hasn't made you forget the kind of person you were too. Shota pinches the bridge of his nose. Med rat bstd, he mutters, Nizu's statement ringing in his head. Taking a deep breath, Shota straightens, organizing his thoughts. Izuku Midoriya is strong and smart. Izuku Midoriya has a rabid smile. Izuku Midoriya takes action to rescue others. Izuku Midoriya is frighteningly reckless. Izuku Midoriya is capable and skilled. Izuku Midoriya has muddled waters and a cacophony for a field. Izuku Midoriya has potential. Izuku Midoriya doesn't believe in heroes. Izuku Midoriya is human. Izuku Midoriya is inhuman. Izuku Midoriya is human. Izuku Midoriya is a monster. You're evil, freak. Izuku Midoriya is human. Stay away from him. He takes away your quirk, nothing good can come from that. Shota Izuku Midoriya is human. You'll have to fight harder than anyone else. Do you understand, Shota? Shota Aizawa Izuku Midoriya is human. We made it. Izuku Midoriya is a monster. Shota reads over the essay again. Shota whispers the phrase. These are the words so clearly written by a boy who only knew a world dimmed by shadows, a world that has demanded sweetness from someone they drenched in poison. They are the words of a hateful boy, the one Shota remembers glaring at him at every mirror shard, fierce eyes through cracked glass. Shota lifts his head, catching a glimpse of his reflection in the glare of his computer screen. To remember where I came from, huh? Izuku. Izuku frowns at the bulky projector he was sent. What's with the look? Dabi asks. Doesn't the big but disc thing mean you've probably got in? I wouldn't get why, Izuku answers, still frowning. I only got 12 points. That shouldn't have been enough. Then open it and find out. Akatani, Izuku reminds him dryly. Dabi clicks his tongue. I'm still surprised you're letting him come over. Won't his mums, question where the F you live and why it's musty as F dash. Izuku rolls his eyes. We're picking him up, dipshit, and Akatani knows better than to spill anything to his mums. How old is he anyway? Dabi asks, not paying attention to Izuku's words. 10. DMN, Dabi whistles. And his mums are letting him come on his own? Isn't that, like, dangerous? It can be, Izuku agrees. That's why we, he emphasizes, are picking him up. I already explained to you that his mums are dropping him off at the park to go on a little date. I promised to have him back before 6. Hold on. Dabi points his finger between the two of them. No, me and the other FING person in this room. Izuku deadpants, sparing Dabi an unimpressed glance. Dabi's light-hearted expression falls. I'm kind of, not supposed to leave this place in broad daylight if I can help it. He waves an arm up, his rose and skull tattoos flexing. The whole, supposed to be dead thing. Izuku doesn't know much about Dabi's history, but he's built up a vague understanding of it in the little quips and anecdotes Dabi's mentioned to him time to time. He knows Dabi's identity, the one behind the alias, is someone who hasn't been forgotten, but mourned. That the aftermath of a household ruled and run by a ruthless man left a photo memorializing who Dabi once was, someone left in a sky heavy with plumes of smoke and grass of raging fire. Dabi left behind a memory to bury instead of a body. When were you proclaimed dead? Dabi stiffens, thrown off by the casual question. Izuku rarely pries, not unless he feels obligated to, which, again, is near never. Dabi has secrets Izuku's sure he'll take to his grave, and Izuku believes going out of his way to pry them out of the man would be a fruitless, bothersome effort. Besides, it's a two-way street. Dabi doesn't ask about Izuku's accumulating scars. He didn't question Izuku the day he came home with fangs for teeth 6 months ago, didn't question why 3 weeks ago Izuku came home with 20 stitches crawling up his calf, painkillers that were illegal to sell at local pharmacies, and enough money to fix their fuse box which burnt out a few days prior. Izuku knows he wants to, but he's been met with silence enough times when they were first living together to know it'd be a vain endeavor, and instead chooses to help Izuku by taking care of him while keeping his curiosities to himself. Izuku appreciates it. 13, he answers, straightening a little when Izuku looks up at him with a calculating stare. You've changed up your appearance a lot since then, right? Outside maturing, you have a sheet ton of tattoos, your hair. He pretends he doesn't see. Dabi jolt a little at that. Healed scars and piercings. The likelihood of you being recognized is ridiculously low. Plus, you can wear a mask and beanie like you usually do the few times you have gone out. Dabi still looks apprehensive. Izuku stares at the ground, painfully admitting, I'd also feel a bit safer. I know I'm capable and whatever, but we're both quirkless, and Akatani is young, and you don't even have to meet his mums or anything, and, I would. Okay. Dabi cuts him off, cheeks flushed purple with embarrassment. Izuku looks up slowly, still a little flustered by his vulnerable confession. Okay. Yes, okay, you FING twerp. I'll come with you to pick up the kid. Izuku lips quirk, the barest curl of a smile at its edges. Thank you, B. Oh, huff. Hey there, Akatani, Izuku greets with a wave, walking over. Akatani lights up when he sees him, running up to Izuku and near slamming into his legs, wrapping his arms around Izuku in a tight hug. Izuku, to his chagrin, was rather small, a byproduct of malnutrition and adopting his mother's height. Akatani, on the other hand, was insultingly tall for his age, already past Izuku's shoulders despite the age gap. Aniki, Akatani beams, pulling away happily. Nearly a year of knowing the boy and the reaction still confuses Izuku. His mother's approach behind him, all wearing those warm, soft smiles that never fail to comfort Izuku. Izuku bows their way. Hello, Yuka-sama. Mika-san. Ayako-san. Yuka returns the bow. Hello, Izuku-kun. Mika walks up to him and, when Izuku meets her eyes, ruffles his hair fondly. Hi, Izuku. Ayako asks, and how are things going for you, when her wife steps away? Okay, Izuku answers, the mother's knowing him well enough not to take offense to his simple, short answer. How are things with you all? Oh, same old, Mika responds with a shake of her shoulders. Our little Miku wouldn't stop raving on and on about how you applied for the hero course for him. I swear, with every week, it's like his admiration towards you grows. Soon enough, he'll be plastering photos of you up on his room. Izuku blushes. Ah, well, he's not wrong that I did it for him. I still don't plan on accepting the enrollment if I pass, though. It's all your own volitions, Yuka reminds him. And Miku knows that, right Miku? She turns her gaze to her son, a little sharp. Akatani nods his head rapidly. Aniki and I already talked about that when he applied. But remember, we wouldn't want Izuku-kun to be forced to do anything outside his comfort zone. Akatani straightens. Course not, Mama. Stop hounding him. Ayako gently swats Yuka's arm. Now come on, it's nearly 4:30 and at this rate we won't make our reservations. Ayako turns to Izuku. Please take care of our Miku. Of course. Mika loops her arms with both her wives, and they all bid Izuku and Akatani a last goodbye before hurrying off to the station. Come on, let's go, Izuku tells Akatani. I'd like you to meet my roommate. Your roommate? Yeah, he should be around. Izuku trails off, eyeing the end of the streets. Past the crowds, Dabi stands awkwardly, leaning against the wall of a random building, head and eyes cast low as he tries to blend into his surroundings. There, Izuku declares, pointing a finger in Dabi's direction. Akatani follows his line of vision, and immediately scurries over. Dabi's dressed in a large trench coat, black mask, and shoved most of his hair into a large, black beanie, looking inconspicuously conspicuous, still shady despite having hidden most of his scars and tattoos. Are you Aniki's roommate? Akatani asks without a lick of fear. Dabi startles, too caught up in his surroundings, and knocks the back of his head against the wall. Izuku snorts, coming up to Akatani's side. Dabi's glare is less than intimidating, especially as he gently rubs at the where he'd hit the concrete. Yes, he is, Izuku answers. For Dabi. He's also pretty stupid, so mind that. You know how it is, we can't always choose the best of them. Akatani giggles. Dabi's stare hardens. That's enough, he warns half-heartedly. Let's just head back to the house, yeah? I hate crowded streets in the daylight. Mikumo. Am I on the screen? Mikumo's spine goes rigid, the familiar face of All Might showing up in a hologram. It's disturbingly realistic aside from the occasional pixels stuttering out of place, the colors vibrant and opaque, as though the pre-recorded video was a live play. Less than a year ago, that large, bold smile would have sent Mikumo into an overjoyed frenzy. He'd be giddy, latching onto All Might's every word, imagining a future where he'd one day be a hero too. The symbol of peace. The symbol of justice. A liar. Aniki's neutral expression falls into a scowl, eyes narrowing harshly as All Might fumbles on the screen, stumbling over his introduction. The F-. Dabi, his Aniki's cool-looking roommate, whispers. He has scars, too, different to the ones Aniki has on his face or Mikumo has on his body, some of the skin inked with tattoos. When Mikumo asked about them, Dabi said he liked how his scars reminded him that he was real and alive. Mikumo understands. His mom's always told him that scars mean that you survived, and he's survived plenty. Aniki turns his head to Mikumo, his anger muted with concern. Do you want to sit through this? Mikumo's heart swells to know his Aniki worries about his feelings. People don't worry about those too often, and in his time getting to know Aniki, he's found that his Aniki struggles with conveying his feelings with an obvious empathy. To see the sentiment be written obviously on his features speaks eons about how important Mikumo was to him. I want to know if you got in. Mikumo insists. It doesn't matter to me who's delivering the news. You sure? Dabi asks with a pet eyebrow. We can just tell you afterwards. Mikumo nods, determined, and with a shrug of Dabi's shoulders and a meaningful look from his Aniki, they all turn their attention back to hologram All Might, who's finally getting to the exam results. Well, you did outstanding on the written test. All Might praises in a theatrically cheerful tone. His tone remains consistent as he follows it up with, but with a total of 12 points in the practical, of course, you failed. Failed? Mikumo thinks in mild disbelief. My Aniki failed? Mikumo feels a strong wave of disappointment at Yui. Surely, if the school is as prestigious as its reputation claims, even if his Aniki didn't score enough practical points, they'd be able to recognize how vital his Aniki would be for them. Mikumo could bet his left limbs that his Aniki is way more heroic than half their staff. Mikumo spent so much of his life believing that heroes were superstars. These greater-than-human beings, who exceeded the average man in so many ways. And then he meets All Might, the superhero of superheroes, the epitome of the ideal savior. And the All Might leaves him broken-hearted on a rooftop. Heroes were Mikumo's Nova stars, All Might the brightest and furthest of them, until Mikumo was slapped with the ugly reality that there is a reason people warn others to never meet their idols. Heroes aren't just painfully human, they are humans who know their suits and capes let them play the role of being something more, and irresponsibly keeps those suits on like their skin. Mikumo resigned himself to his new reality for all of 10 minutes before he met Aniki. Aniki is like him, someone who continues to face hurt, again and again and again. He doesn't treat Mikumo's broken heart gently, but he does place it back into Mikumo's hands. He tells Mikumo to mend it, even if it will never look the same again. His Aniki redefines what it means to be a hero. They are not perfect. They are not supernovas. They are not human beings who arrogantly and ignorantly wear costumes, pretending to be of another plane of existence the way Mikumo always saw them. Heroes are grounded. They're real. They're honest, always. They do know wear facades with the intentions to be liars. They are people like his Aniki. But wait. Mikumo lifts his head, realizing the hologram has yet to disappear. There's more to it. The F. Was the point of mentioning the failure in the first place? Dabi mutters. Aniki makes a humming noise in agreement. Mikumo folds across his chest and nods to agree with them, even though he isn't too sure why they're annoyed. He hears Dabi huff out a laugh and Aniki notice his pose and crack a smirk, and his neck reddens. All Might goes on to talk about rescue points and other semantics of the exam. Mikumo doesn't really get most of it, but there is one thing glaringly obvious to him. His Aniki saved someone else. Someone in need of saving. A real hero. His hero. So take your rescue points, the judges all agree. They saw another foundational skill of heroics in you. All Might smiles. Midoriya Izuku, 72 points. Aniki's expression shudders, before his lips draw in a confused frown. Yui is now your hero academia. It is then that All Might dissipates, the hologram coming to a close. Mikumo turns to his Aniki, red eyes bright with delight. You got in, he squeals, pulling Aniki in for another hug. You got in. Dabi gently thumps Aniki's shoulder. Good for you, Zu. Aniki awkwardly pats Mikumo's back. He's never been good at hugs, not that Mikumo minds. His Aniki was special to him, awkwardness and all. Eventually, he pulls away, shrugging off the arm on his shoulder. I'm not accepting the offer, he reminds them all, grimacing when Mikumo wilts a little. Remember the deal, kid. Even if I got in, I would say no. Being a hero just isn't it for me. Mikumo disagrees. Aniki is a hero. He saved the person in the exam and got 60 rescue points. He saved Dabi, probably. He's definitely better than All Might, and All Might is supposed to be the most ultimate of ultimate heroes. He's better than other heroes, especially the mainstream ones, who spew on about blind optimism with words full of honey and sugar with mouthfuls of cavities and crumple when faced with the reality of their ignorant speech. All Might literally became half the man he was. A hero who taught Mikumo how to dream big said it was for everyone being the very person to trample on those very dreams. Aniki isn't like that. He doesn't shy away from the ugly, but he doesn't stomp on people's hearts. He steps in when it matters. He doesn't set people up for failure. But Mikumo also knows that Aniki doesn't believe in that goodness that exists within him. It's not just that he doesn't believe in heroes, but that he doesn't believe in his own heroism. Resigned, Mikumo doesn't argue. You're still going to Yui though, right? He questions, voice small. Aniki picks up the envelope and pulls out a single piece of paper. Yeah, good. Still going to Yui. Izuku. Izuku flops face first into the couch pillows. Dabi snorts. Dropping the kid off made you that tired? Fuff. Izuku is always tired. Tired. His bones feel like lead, Everything feels hollow but heavy. Before Dabi can say anything, Izuku's phone buzzes loudly against the table. Groaning, he stretches to retrieve it, squinting at the screen. Is it the pretty blonde boy? Dabi looms over him. Izuku nudges him with this toe. I told you it's not like that. And yeah, it's Cam. Dabi wiggles his eyebrows and Izuku shoves him harder. You're on dinner duty, F-sheet, get started. It's not even 8. You take hours to toast bread. Dabi flips him off but heads over to the kitchen. Izuku rolls onto his back, feet dangling off the side of the couch, as he unlocks his phone to check Kaminari's messages. Kaminari is a new addition to his F-ed-up life. He's quite upbeat, has no control over his volume levels, and consistently updates Izuku on the latest internet fads and memes, so his references don't gloss over Izuku's head. They're friends, Kaminari says, even though Izuku came clean about his quirklessness a week into Kaminari's incessant texting. Friends, even though Kaminari knows he's the runt of the litter and lives like it. Izuku's first impression of him as someone who is well, a little odd, sort of cemented after that. Not that anyone in Izuku's life is normal by conventional means. Electric Boy. Mito, did you get your results? Because I did. Mito, Kaminari don't spam me. I wouldn't have to if you answered your messages in time. EVR thought ABT that bro? Groundbreaking. Ikikim the best. Now answer me. Did you get it? Did you get einen? Honestly? _. Then yes. But I'm declining. What? You are declining? Bro? You asked for honesty and I gave it. Heroics just isn't my thing. But classmates? I got into. Congratulations. I'm still not enrolling. But classmaticis? We'll still be in the same school, Cam. Still said, why attend the exam if you didn't want to apply? A 10-year-old boy. _winkyface. Alright, I think. Honestly, I didn't think I'd get in. I only have 12 villain points. 12? Dimen, how many rescue points did you get? Huh. For saving you. That makes so much sense. Figured. You are really not gonna accept. Nope. Don't try to convince me otherwise. Ugh, fine. I'll see you outside of class anyway. You will. Oh, okay, also. Okay, so today. Nizu stares at their laptop, and for the first time in what seems like millennia, is puzzled. Izuku Midoriya, it seems, is a lot more interesting than they had initially anticipated. Subject: Admission into Hero Course. To Nizu at Yui.ja. From izu.hiktsuga@heromail.com. To Nizu-sama, I am writing to you to decline my admission into the Heroics program, as I feel I am underqualified. Rather, I'd like to keep my acceptance for the general admission course. Izuku Midoriya, he/him. Applicant number 9027. Decline. In their many years running one of Japan's most well-known hero schools, not once has any student ever declined without the promise of admission into another heroics program. Even then, it was a dime a dozen. Statistically, students who graduate from Yui are the most likely to succeed later on in their careers as pro-heroes. Izuku Midoriya, it seems, has no interest in heroics. While that in itself isn't unheard of, Nizu themselves can understand the dislike for such a wonderfully flawed system. It's rather odd he applied for the entrance exam in the first place. The wording of the short email too. I feel I am underqualified. Midoriya, the boy who'd single-handedly taken down the monster of a zero-pointer to keep another student from further injury, sees himself as underqualified. What would he classify as qualified, then? Surely, not someone's speed or strength. Midoriya's proven to have that in spades, even if it is not up to par with someone's whose quirk enhances those skills. And when it comes to the motivation to save someone, it was clear to Nizu when all of Midoriya's apprehension to challenge himself by taking on the zero-pointer left him the moment that he caught sight of Kaminari trapped and incapacitated under the rubble, that the boy clearly felt a sort of innateness to help others. As though primitive. What does he think he is lacking then? Is it simply a quirk? Nizu's never been more curious. Izuku Midoriya would undoubtedly be a great asset to society, someday, so long as he has the right guidance. He's smart, irrevocably so, skilled and clearly practiced in those talents. Niza believes he could flourish wonderfully in Yui to become a figure for change, especially considering his lack of quirk. The Chimera swipes their paws across their tablet to swing open the door to their office. Shota Aizawa stood with a raised fist at the door, mere moments from knocking. "Come in," they greet with a smile, already prepping their tea. "Care for a cup?" Shota shakes his head politely, as he always does when Nizu offers. It's a routine that, despite its repetitiveness, never fails to amuse Nizu. Shota continues to wait, still standing. "Take a seat." Shota does, always a little unwillingly. "Why did you call me here?" he asks, always a little uncomfortably. Nizu smiles. Of all his staff, Nizu trusts Shota to deal with student affairs the best. He does not have the degree of empathy that Hisashi does, nor does understand their perplexing way of thinking like Ryu or Namuri. But he's smart, observant in a way that the other teachers aren't. He's shrewd and calculating, with frightening foresight, and a large, bandaged heart that knows how to bleed without dying out. It is why Nizu prefers to call him when handling more perplexing students, especially. It's about a student. Nizu pauses, takes a small sip of their tea. Izuku Midoriya. Shota's interest perks. He has declined enrollment into the hero course. So has Inesa Yorashi. "That isn't why you called me here." Blunt, said like a statement, not a question. Yorashi declined to enroll in